So sorry about that little confusion there. All right, so where are we?
So Brendan's just cast an unmask. Gonna look at Patrick's hand here and potentially protect his next play.
Yeah, that super early Grizzlebrand is just a rough one here. I mean, obviously there's plenty of outs here in Patrick's deck, and we've got the the deck list here pulled up in the booth. I mean, yeah, we've got obviously your Swords to Plowshares. That's gonna be your biggest one. Plenty of ways to dig for that. Wandering Emperor, Teferi, Time Ravel, any of these. Plenty of answers. Just a matter of if he can find it.
Yeah, and it looks like that was actually, I think maybe, we definitely shallow grave that one in. I'm wondering if we tried to use a different, more permanent reanimation spell first, but I don't know that one resolved. So it looks like we're currently in the middle of a judge call here. Not sure yet what that is, but we'll see hopefully pretty soon.
Yeah, I'll say Brendan being the winner of the last one here. He won number 19, should have been the last one here in Columbus. Also playing Reanimator, though very different build. We are now living in a post-Troll of Khazad-dûm world, for the better. Honestly,
Agreed.
I think the format was very fun. With Troll, but it is better without it, I definitely think. And Brendan even said he came in with today with just as much prep as he did last time, which was none. So, well,
if it's a winning recipe, why change it? Right?
Exactly. So again, I'm still on Reanimator, just on that much more traditional, red-black Reanimator that we used to see, 4 or 5 years ago. Really, I guess really before the blue-black shells started to, I don't want to say become a problem, because you started to see the blue-black one a couple years ago with like the show and tell sideboard plans. So we've got it's an animate dead there on that.
Looks like it, yeah. So it looks like we have an animate dead. It looks like we are attacking with Tamiyo, and then. Before blocks, brainstorming to flip it. Yep. To get the max value, get the clue.
Yep. Very smart play there. I mean, you definitely don't want to let that Grizzleburn player gain a bunch of life off of that.
Yeah, and I mean, a flip Tamiyo in the face of a Grizzlebrand isn't necessarily gonna save too much damage, but it might help to soak some up for you.
Yeah, give you that position. Extra target.
Yeah.
It looks like he did plus her up. So it's only going to be only a 5-power Grizzlebrand. It's still a 5-power Grizzlebrand. Can one-shot this Tamiyo here. But yeah, just kind of buying an extra turn. If that's the play he wants to make. Personally, I think I would just leave the Tamiyo alone and just push damage to face. Especially, I guess it looks like, yeah, he's at 5 anyway. Unmask.
Just unmasking ourselves.
Looks like there's some
to likely choose our Archon, and looks
like
that's gonna do it for us.
That's a very very quick game one there. I guess we were talking about this here. I've been playing Delver for most of the last year. I played Reanimator for even longer than that before, and sometimes you just get those games with Reanimator. Turn 1, turn 2 Grizzlebrand. Even in the modern day, very clearly can still just win games. You maybe shouldn't otherwise be winning.
Yeah, I mean. You draw a bunch of extra cards, typically can find a nice way to close that one out.
Always the scary thing with Grizzlebrand is just that infinite card draw. Alright, we are shuffling up for game 2. Let's look at some sideboards. I have Brennan's list currently pulled up. I don't know. We're seeing this the show and tell kind of talking about that briefly for a moment there. It's kind of that anti-graveyard hate 4 copies of those. I don't know what else really, Brendan might want to bring in here. Patrick, on the other hand's got plenty of answers. He's got Surgical Extraction. He's got, Graft Digger's Cage, maybe Pyroblast. Obviously, we're looking at a red-black Reanimator, but if it does, it hits Atraxa. If he's thinking about maybe he's coming into that, show and tell plan, that seems like more of a game 3 call. If it goes to game 3, I think. Consign to Memory seems good.
Consign very good against cards like Animate Dead.
Yeah. There's 1 copy of Blue Elemental Blast. Probably not super relevant here.
Yeah, I imagine Graft Diggers is going to be
the Graft Diggers and that Surgical are probably coming in.
Huge part of this game if Patrick can manage to find it. What do you think about the Force of Negation here? Do you think that's strong enough? I think just having an extra force effect, especially against a super early play, might be beneficial. I guess it just depends on what else Patrick wants to take out of his deck, and if he has the slot for it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff here. I mean, we got Wrath of Skies in Patrick's deck. I think that's a pretty easy thing to cut. There's an argument, obviously, it hits Animate Dead. But if that's your only thing you're kind of hit, you're more likely, I think, to just, there's only 2 of them in there. I think cut those. Prismatic Endings, another card I think you can justify cutting.
100%, yeah.
I don't know that you want to cut all of them again because, you're looking at hitting these Animate Deads. Is a very good answer to a Grizzlebrand or an Atraxa. But I guess we'll see. It looks like they're shuffled up. They're getting ready to go. Looks like got some stream data information that's going a little funky here. We'll have to get that fixed here after this round, I think.
Yes, we are playing Magic.
Yeah.
For those tuning in, we are playing Magic. We'll get that fixed for you. And shuffling up for game 2 right now against with 2 very strong players here in our first round feature. So excited to see what round 2 brings to us. Looks like Patrick may have kept his 7, and it looks like, oh my goodness, it looks like we might be going down to 4.
Heavy mulligans here. That's again though, if your hand is something like, Swamp Thoughtseize, Reanimate, Grizzlebrand, something like that. There's a number of 4-card hands. Let's see, just kind of looking at this list. Yeah, if it's Swamp, Darkrit, Entomb, Reanimate, that's 4 cards. That gets you, turn 1, very strong start. And, getting a Grizzlebrand, draw 7, very, very possible.
All right.
So
All right.
did I see a looks like I saw a Dothy Voidwalker there in Brendan's hand, which means he did bring those in.
Which makes sense, right?
Yeah,
as just a hard to, it's not that Patrick wants to be spending removal on that card, and it can clock for quite a bit if left unchecked.
Very fair tempo card. Probably, I don't dislike the choice to bring it in here. I definitely don't dislike that choice. Is it putting pressure, just keeping that pressure on Patrick, especially if we're talking about looking at possibly having brought out like the Wrath of the Skies, the Prismatic Endings, those kind of more answers, lower to the ground answers. Leaving him, if Patrick's only answers are these swords of postures, do you really want to use these swords on a Dothy Voidwalker? No, but if you have to, you have to, and then force him into that, so that way you do get to keep your Grizzlebrands, your Atraxas. The Brendan came in this morning talking about registering the worst card of the day, Borborygmos Enraged, which I would absolutely love to see hit the table and just start throwing these extra lands. Brandon's got. He's got two lands out. He doesn't really need any more with this deck. So sticking a Borborygmos would be absolutely hilarious here. Yep. So there's the swords. Surely not a a choice Patrick is super thrilled to make here, but you got to do what you got to do.
And I think in this case, with Brendan being so low on cards, it makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
There's just so few resources that Brendan is working with, especially compared to Patrick. It, makes sense. Keep any threats off the table. I mean, you're up in the resource game.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you're firmly in the driver's seat at that point.
Yeah, and that Teferi, I think, really was kind of the clincher there. If he hadn't played the Teferi, there's an argument you keep playing out a couple more turns, but that Teferi, 1 or 2 turns is just going to bounce anything that comes back, that Brendan tries to stick. Very, very annoying card in this matchup for sure. So we are going to game 3. And Brendan will be on the play, probably on the play.
We would assume so.
We would assume so. This is not a manaless dredge kind of day. Could be actually, if anybody was feeling particularly spicy. I don't think so. I have to. I did the thing where I mentioned it. Now I gotta do kind of a quick look, see if anybody registered a name of. I do see somebody playing goblins today.
That's fun.
That'll be interesting if they're. I hope they do well so we can get them on stream. I love putting kind of like the off the wall style of decks up when it's possible.
Yeah, we love the unique choices.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like anybody came in today with manaless dredge.
Any manaless dredge gamers today?
No, not today. Maybe next time though.
Yeah. If you're out there and you love Legacy and you want to come play a manaless dredge for us next time,
please do. August 2nd. We've got a 5K. Here at the Warp Gate in Ohio. Winner's going home with a Mox Jet. And then August 3rd, day after that, we've got our regular Buffalo Chicken Dip. I believe the prize was a Mox Diamond, if I remember seeing that correctly. First prize usually takes home a nice little piece for their efforts. Might not have been a Mox Diamond, but I think last couple have usually been like an Underground Sea or a big dual land or something. Mm-hmm. So we've got 2 opportunities to come play Manaless Dredge here.
Yes, exactly. And Legacy just in general as a format is so fun and there's so many unique decks to play, and obviously you have your meta decks, but I think I love coming to these and I love seeing all the deck choices because we really do get so many unique decks that pop up and give these meta decks a run for their money, which is always exciting to see.
There was a 2 events ago, I believe, we had a guy. I'm still regularly thinking about him. I'm trying to blank on his name off the top of my head now, but he left his deck at home. Had his modern energy deck. He had his modern energy deck. He had. I think he went maybe 2-4 on the day. He ended up on. He won his first round. And we had him up on camera round 2, and he took a game off of the blue-black Reanimator list that ended up winning that day.
Amazing.
And that was there's the full power with the Troll of Kaz, the Dooms, and all that, and annoying. I think that might have still been in the Psychic Frog format too. Actually, I can't remember if that was before or after. But yeah, took a game off of that with a modern deck. So.
Just shows the power of that modern deck.
Yeah, for real. Where that was that Boros energy.
Yeah, right.
Then he came back and played the Legacy version of that correctly. Ooh. So, is that a Shallow Grave under that Chromox? Or a... What is that?
I cannot tell. Is that a Qual Therapy?
That might be what that is, yeah.
Alright, so choices here look like Surgical, Dress Down, and Stock Up.
I almost feel like Stock Up is the answer here, because you can
play around.
The Dress Down and the Surgical, you can play around, not easily, but or did he get or did he force that? I see a force over there. Maybe that's what that was. He was just taking information. Oh, doing another one. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, so he forced. Or he hit the force, now he's going to take the Stock Up. Yeah, I think that's definitely the... correct sequencing here. Oh, I think the life totals are backwards too. Dang. Okay. There we go. Sorry, folks. We've had some
technical difficulties this morning.
All of our stuff. When we were setting it up, we didn't realize all of our like cameras and informations were backwards from what we thought they were. We will have everything updated, and like I said, all of our stream information. We'll have everything fixed by round 2. So we apologize for that.
And looking at the gameplay out, it looks like Brendan kept a no lander, which obviously this Reanimator deck is positioned to do, but just really interesting when looking at the 2 sides of the battlefield, how this seems to be playing out.
Yeah, it was I want to say risky, especially with knowing that Patrick's on a Teferi deck. The one of Chrome Mox. Looking at Brendan's list, it is just the one of Chrome Mox here. Definitely a risky play. But
it looks like we found
deafening silence.
Deafening silence. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, that's oh, okay. So we got Stronghold Gambit.
Which took a force out of Patrick's hand. It looks like he did end up either bringing in or the Force of Negation. I don't know if he had any in his main, but
I believe he had
one in his
main. So he could have brought in the second one, which I think in this matchup, especially on the draw
makes so much sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Having that extra backup. Stronghold Gambit.
All right, yeah, and it looks like the mana situation for Brendan is just really, really difficult challenge right now to work through. I mean, his hand is stocked, but there's not a whole lot he can do with very few resources in play.
Yeah, it looks like Brendan's hand is full of the threats and the reanimation, but no way to get anything into his graveyard.
Yeah.
And yeah, if this is going to go on much longer, looking at a control deck, maybe it's a little bit too early to say he's running away with it, but he's very quickly accumulating the resources. You can feel it kind of slipping away here. Found the land.
You can feel. I mean, Patrick looking at his hand. I mean, he has, I think, a couple different ways to counter what Brendan's doing. I think I saw multiple forces in hand. There's just a lot of resources, and
there's a Jace. Yeah, this is
Jace. You love to see it. You love to see a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
I remember when this card was the boogeyman of so many things, and then now he's just here hanging out, having a good time. No one's complaining about Jace the Mind Sculptor anymore.
Oh yeah. All right, and that looks like that'll do it. So Patrick will take round 1. Jeskai control.
All right, and we are back after some technical difficulties. We got all of our metadata and stuff figured out. We are back for round 2. Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy here in Columbus, Ohio. We got Ryan Hayes playing Izzet Delver. If anybody tuned in last time, he was sitting in here with me, playing the namesake card right there. And then on the right, we got Kenny Royer playing Bug Beanstalk. 2 lists I was very excited to see this weekend with a bunch of new cards out from Tarkir, specifically Corey Steel Cutter in the Izzet Delver list, and then the Rakshas's Bargain in that Bug Beanstalk list. I think it's going to be a very interesting match. I've played this one a few times in some older, not Tarkir formats, and it's a slog of a matchup usually.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm hoping we get to see these new cards in action sooner rather than later. I think, I know I'm particularly excited to see what the Corey Steel Cutter can do.
Yes.
I think that card is just taking so many formats by storm right now, and It's just so powerful, just the value you get from having that on the battlefield. So
yeah, we were talking about that. I mean, before the event started, I showed up this morning. One of the first things I said to Carrie was, "Yeah, Corey Steel Cutter, one of the cards to look out for." And he was even saying, "You said the exact same thing when you got here."
100%. Yep.
I think that card is insane. So many people comparing it to Monastery Mentor, but better. And frankly, as much as I love Monastery Mentor, I can't say I disagree. I think Mentor has more potential to get out of control, but Corey Steel Cutter, like, you're getting just as much value out of most games, but it's easier to protect. It's just, it's so good.
All right, and in looking at Ryan's hand here, I was looking to see if we had a second land in our hand. I think it looks like we do.
Oh, so that could be there at the very end.
It looks like we do.
Yeah, just bolt that. Yeah, I want to see if he blocks it first, which at that point it's almost like free damage. They're almost never going to block that Delver or Insectile Aberration, if we want to be pedantic about it, with that Tamiyo.
Yeah, I think that would have been a very surprising block, I think, for everyone.
100%. Because I mean, the only reason I could maybe think of to justify blocking that is if you really needed a creature for some sort of delirium, but I don't think there's anything really that the Beanstalk list really cares about in that regard. Nothing I would care about that. But even then, I think there's better ways to try to force yourself to have delirium than blocking with your Tamiyo.
100%. Yeah, that card is just so strong in play and just so much incremental value.
I gotta look at the. All right, yeah, that Thundering Falls. I've been such a fan of Thundering Falls in the Delver decks. Like, I've been playing Delver for most of the last year now, and just the Surveil land. I mean, Surveil lands in general are very, very strong, but especially like in these blue decks where you can fetch Surveil, maybe bin something, daze, bounce that Surveil land back to your hand if you've got enough mana plays otherwise, and just keep doing that. There it is.
It's here. We've been waiting.
The card that we've all been waiting for, Corey Steel Cutter.
Well, we'll see if it's here.
Yeah.
It's on the stack.
It's on the stack.
So,
I think I did see that Rakshas's bargain. Yeah.
They're both on the stack. What an exciting time to be alive. Just two new cards on the stack for us. And I'm not sure if Kenny's looking for interaction here, possibly a force or something to keep that cutter from hitting the table. Seems like it might be reasonable here.
Main board, it looks like he's got Witherbloom commands. If it does stick, that would be an acceptable, I think, keep if you see one of those to keep it. But yeah, probably looking for like that Force Solilla or Witherbloom command. I think it's the only real. Looks like main board interaction.
Looks like we do have looks like we did find a force.
Okay, yeah.
Force Pitch Ponder here. See if Ryan wants to respond or has any interaction himself to protect this play. Now the awkward thing about it is you don't get the value out of it, right? If you fight over it. Although, depending on what Ryan's game plan looks like, it might be worth fighting over here.
Yeah, so he's digging. I definitely think if you can fight over the Corey Steel Cutter, obviously you lose the value on it, say this turn. But I definitely think that just having it on the board is better than losing it. So I think it's worth fighting over here if you can.
And like you said, Kenny has two Witherbloom commands, so two main board ways to deal with a resolved cutter. So I think that that Ryan recognizes the importance of resolving it and doesn't find anything to protect it. So into the bin it goes, and
unfortunately
don't get to see it. Don't get to see it yet. So.
No, I think still though, Ryan. I mean, still in a very good position here. These tempo into these mid-rangey decks. They're tough. But yeah, I think looks like see Fatal Push, an Island, and
I think it's Shouldred's Edict. Is that what that is? Yep. That's what that
looks
is.
Like, yeah, it looks like a Shoulder's Edict in Kenny's hands. Yeah, Kenny's got answers, but he's got nothing to do with anything.
Very reactive for sure right now. And
Yeah.
it looks like Ryan's got a DRC coming down here.
Which I think Kenny's got to answer it now.
Yeah, as soon as the spell's cast, right, to prevent as much value as possible. But we'll see how he chooses to handle it.
Yeah, still going to have the Surveil, but I think that's perfectly fine trade here. I can't imagine Ryan's too upset about that. Is that a Delver, a Force, and looked like a land?
Yeah, I don't know if I saw another threat in Ryan's hand, so it wouldn't surprise me if he keeps that Delver just to get another just to get another threat into play and stacks the Ponder to be able to flip it next turn would be nice.
Yeah,
that
is a
Edict
Shoulder's Edict. It
is
looked like I think that might have been a Murderous Cut. I thought I saw that little Sultai emblem on the thing, but his hand's just awkwardly positioned enough. It's kind of hard to tell. I think that is a Murderous Cut, though. So yeah, just more answers. And yeah, okay. So now it is a flip Delver. So I think that's probably about to get taken off the board here. Yep.
Yep. Just so many reactive spells, and I know.
Ooh, stock up.
That's another new one that's just such a powerful card. I know folks have been calling it a mini dig through time. It just really gives you it allows you to dig so deep in your deck and really find whatever you need in the moment. That's another
5 cards. You're looking at 5 cards. I think that was definitely a card. I personally feel a lot of people maybe like underestimated when it came out in, is it Ether Drift, was that the set? It was like a set or two ago. Like, it's a 3 mana sorcery. It's an uncommon in a standard set, and then it immediately sees play in every single format right now. Yeah, three mana. Especially in a format like Legacy. I mean, you can make an argument. 3 mana is a lot, but you're looking at 5 cards. You're keeping 2, like that. I mean, yeah. The comparison to Dig Through Time is absolutely fair. It looks like Ryan's just playing the 2 of them, which, yeah, I mean, deck like Delver, he's playing 19 lands. Yeah, so you can't afford really more than the 2 of them, but.
And it looks like, in looking at Kenny's hand, it looks like he did find a Brainstorm, and he brainstormed into, I believe, 2 lands and an Endurance. So not clear yet what he put back, but it looks like he kept.
Yeah, he kept that Endurance. I don't know. Obviously, Okay, I was actually gonna kind of wonder about that. It looks like we're just gonna get the aggressive Endurance here rather than any sort of reactive. Make him get rid of that graveyard now. Endurance is a 3/4.
It is, and it blocks all of Ryan's really scary one-drop threats, right? So I think. I understand the rationale of getting it on board, and in Kenny's position, he answered a lot of the early threats of the game. So at this point, may just be he doesn't really have much else going on, so may just want to get a little bit aggressive and see if he can close this one out.
Yeah, it's a 3/4. The only thing it's he maybe needs to, if a Murktide region comes down. Then maybe Kenny has to, not block. But he can be aggressive with this because it's realistically speaking, Dragon's Edge Channelers is never going to block more than maybe 1 turn if it's, when it comes down. Delver Secrets, there's very rarely going to be enough threats on Ryan's side to be able to effectively block this Endurance. So Kenny can be as aggressive with it as he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that. His life total is still a healthy 13, so he's got a lot of life to give at this point. I think racing and getting aggressive makes a lot of sense.
Let's see. Yeah, and Kenny still has that Murderous Cut. It is fully live on however much mana Kenny wants to put into it. If he wants to save his graveyard for something else, he can do that. If he wants to just take that cheap, 1 mana shot at something, he can do that. Yeah, Kenny's in a really good position right now.
Yeah, I see a couple forces in Ryan's hand. I don't see any real proactiveness, though. I see a lot of reactive spells, and although I think I did just see a Murktide. I think I see a Murktide and a Bolt. So I'm wondering how Ryan wants to play this turn. Looks like he just passes the turn and is opting to be pretty patient with deploying anything here. I mean, obviously he would love to get the Murktide a little larger before he deploys it,
100%.
Right? It looks like he has a couple forces to protect it, which...
We'll get that Rakshasa bargain back on top.
Man, these three mana draw spells on both sides, right? We have stock up and we have the bargain, and...
I'm really, obviously, you can't guarantee you're going to draw every card that you play, right? But that interaction with like the beanstalks and like these Rakshasa bargains is that's the reason I really want to see this deck do some stuff. But cool.
All right, and I think I saw a Delver come off the top for Ryan here, so
double force. I think that's another. It's a red card.
I think it's a Bolt.
That's what I thought it was. So those fancy full art bolts. Yeah, it's a Bolt for sure.
Which doesn't do much to the endurance, but can, chip away at Kenny's life total if that's kind of what Ryan opts to do. So it looks like we're opting to play a 4/4, maybe. 4/4 Murktide? Little baby Murk?
Looks like it. I mean, 4/4 does eat an endurance. It's big enough. So
it looks like we're countering that
bargain.
Countering that bargain, trying to prevent Kenny from digging for answers here, and then it looks like we're immediately going to see this Murderous Cut come down, and we'll see if Ryan wants to do anything about that. I think he still had a forced blue card option if he wanted to. I don't know if he will choose to protect this Merc or not.
I say it looks like life totals are 7-2 or 7-12. Sorry, so that's a low enough life total. I think if you can fight over the Murktide, you need to here. No, it's not gonna. Either doesn't or can't.
I think the other blue card may be another Murktide. And if that's the case,
if it's another
then I
Murktide,
could see the logic in kind of waiting. But I think we just ripped a force on Kenny's side.
Yeah, it looked like I thought he had a force there.
Man, and hard cast it.
Yep, gonna try for that Murktide again. Nope. Made that mistake so many times.
Here's my island.
Yep. You are, if I remember correctly, you are technically allowed to share as much of your hidden information with your opponent as you want. If you want to show your opponent the cards in hand, you are welcome to do so. So, no rules were broken there, technically.
All right. So, did we find an answer to this endurance?
No, we did not.
All right, so Kenny takes game number 1, and then as we shuffle up for game number 2, we can take a look at the sideboards here.
Yes, we can. All right, so I mean, move these around a little bit easier. All right, so I got Ryan's deck pulled up already because again, just looking at the Delver being my current legacy deck of choice. Let's see if we can. Here we go. Get that one up there for Kenny. Yeah, so we got Consign of Memory, Force of Negation, 2 Graph Diggers, Hydroblast, Jace, Meltdown, Mystic Sanctuary, Null Rod, Pyroblast, Surgical. I think Pyroblast probably come in here. Can make an argument for Surgical Extraction, I think. It's just the one of, though. I don't really feel great about it.
Yeah, I think if I was looking at this, I'm interested in Pyroblast for sure. I think that one is there. There's 3 copies, and I think it makes sense to bring those in. I'm also looking at this Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that is something he'd want in this matchup. It's just such a this matchup ends up being such a trading of resources, and I feel like being able to leverage something that you've already cast can be strong at times. I think this is another matchup where that would be highly dependent on what Ryan would want to cut, what he sees as being potentially worse in this matchup. Because if he thinks it's going to also be grindier, I could also see a reason to bring Jason here too, and just have like more of a game plan, a grindier game plan.
And especially like, you even said in this matchup, there's a lot of that resource trading that goes on here. And I think the longer the game goes on, the more the Beanstalk player is going to be able to, kind of recoup a lot of those resources that he's trading. So yeah, something like Jay, something like this Mystic Sanctuary, you can kind of, buy back a little bit of your own stuff like that. I definitely think there's arguments, but yeah, the Pyroblast I think have to come in here. Maybe cut I think Unholy Heat you probably want to keep. You could probably justify cutting some number of Lightning Bolts. Like they're not going to be removal spells in this matchup. They might be a little bit of that like damage extension. But if you're at the point I think where you need that like extra damage, like I think you can probably buy like one more turn. You know what I mean, to kind of hit with another Delver.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it's really going to depend on how favored Ryan feels like he could be in the mid game. If he feels like he has to go very quickly just into this grindier deck, then he may not choose to bring those cards in, right? He may feel like he has to go faster to really get in under the Beanstalk player, under Kenny's deck. So, and looking at Kenny's sideboard here, it looks like we have Barragoyf, we have 2 red elemental blasts, a carpet of flowers, 2 consign, damping sphere, force of vigor, graph digger's cage, hydroblast. Thanks, I couldn't read that one. 2 leyline of the void, bowmaster, up the beanstalk, and a veil of summer. So what are you thinking here?
Carpet I think is very easy. I mean, it's only the one, but if you stick it, I mean, you're gonna just explode on mana there. I think almost every single one of Ryan's is an island. He's got the one mountain and then obviously the wastelands. But yeah, like that's just the best thing you want to see kind of in this matchup on the Beanstalk side. Turn 1 carpet, turn 2 carpet, something super quick like that. I mean, the argument for that extra Bowmaster, that Veil of Summer. But honestly, I mean, for the most part, we talk about only having a couple of main board answers, like for that Quarry Steel Cutter. But for the most part, the main board is already pretty well situated in this matchup. There's not a lot of trading in and out that really needs to happen here for Ryan.
Yeah, for sure. All right, it looks like game 2's underway. We see a Brainstorm on the stack here for Ryan, with Misty Rainforest in play, ready to fetch away two cards we may not want at this moment.
It looked like Ryan had 2 Quarry Steel Cutters in hand, but I could have been mistaken.
Oh, nope, there they are.
Okay.
They sure are there, yep.
Wasn't sure if they were there or if I was just really hopeful.
We really want to see one on the battlefield.
Like I said, yeah, the card I've most been excited for this weekend. And I strongly suspect we're gonna see at least one Quarry Steel Cutter deck in the top 8 today. It might not happen, but I don't know. The card's pretty good.
Well, we will remain hopeful.
Yes, we will. Anybody out there is a Quarry Steel hater, I get it, but you are wrong.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I got the audio fixed. Oh, there's that beanstalk. If I don't know, man. I feel like beanstalk is one of those cards. It's a very if it sticks, if it resolves, it is a very hard card to deal with. Again, just because of just how many resources like it gets you back in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, I am maybe incorrect here, but I think it may be one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yes.
On Kenny's side of the battlefield, just because of its ability to continue just providing card advantage to the whole entire game and keep provide Kenny the ability to continue finding answers, and it's just such a powerful card if it sticks. And I think that's one of the reasons we see this brainstorm here is really just trying to find some answers to it. It looks like it will resolve. Yeah,
that's a rough one to see. Because it looks like now that it's on the board, it looks like Ryan has a Brazen Borrower that can bounce it back. It looks like that's really his only kind of way to deal with this Murktide region, or not Murktide region, Beanstalk.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at Kenny's hand here. It looks like we do have a Force of Will, and we might be forcing this cutter here.
It's pitching that Lorien revealed.
Drawing off Bean.
And there's the Pyroblast. And again, kind of losing out on that second spell value off the Quarry Steel Cutter, but like talking about important cards in this matchup, Quarry Steel Cutter is a big one for Ryan on this one.
All right, we both have resolved our extremely powerful 2-drops. So we'll see where we go from here.
Brainstorm format staple.
Mm-hmm.
Not going anywhere anytime soon. Trying to see exactly what Kenny's putting back. Looks like a Shoulder's Edict, and couldn't quite see that other card.
There's a blue card of some variety, I believe, but I also could not identify it.
I think it was a Ponder. It looked like he had a Ponder in hand, but again, it was not quite able to tell. Okay, and he does have the fetch land to kind of shuffle those away. So he probably, I don't know, if he put the Ponder on top, he might want to keep that Ponder for just like one more turn, shuffle away that Shoulder's Edict. Shoulder's Edict not particularly great in this matchup.
We thought 1 was good. What about 2? All right, we got the second one on the stack. Fetching in response. See what Kenny can come up with to prevent 2 in play at once.
So Kenny does have a 1 of Spell Pierce. He might have had it in hand.
Okay.
Yep, he did have that Spell Pierce in hand. So
and it looks like Ryan's looking at a hand of red cards. All right. And we will go ahead and swing for 2. So in addition to Corey Steelcutter, generating a 1/1 every time you cast your second spell every turn.
Mm-hmm.
Not just a 1/1, a monk with prowess.
Yeah.
It also auto-equips to that monk and gives it trample and haste and +1/+1.
It does so many things.
Just the amount of keywords are incredible.
Yep. I think is that the botch and roll monk token there? Is that what that looks like?
Oh, it sure is.
Coble?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it sure is.
You can't be here in person, you might as well be here on the table, right?
Well, he's always here in spirit.
Yeah. Kind of sad to not see that Corey Steele get stuck on that Darcy, but you know, the right choice. The right choice.
All right, so we have a Tamio in play. On Kenny's side, it looks like we have
another Dragon's Rage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Play the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Try to maybe bait out something. And looks like you have a bolt in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to deal with that Tamio?
Or make another monk.
Yeah.
And surveil.
Oh yeah, play that fetch land first in case he wants to
Oh, it looks like we have a heat as well. So it looks like Ryan has opted to deploy the heat. I think we have a bolt also, but
yeah.
We're surveilling to the top. All right, so it looks like Brainstorm showed us Hydroblast, Shoulder's Edict, and a land is what we pulled off this Brainstorm. All right, so flipping our Tamio.
And yeah, swinging in at the Tamio for enough.
Enough for sure. But a note that also saves Kenny those
several points of damage.
Which could be relevant in this game.
Witherbloom command on the Corey Steelcutter yet. He's given one of them -3, -1? Yeah.
-3, -1. So it looks like Ryan's considering whether he wants to bolt to save it.
Yeah.
All right. And I think that was a bolt to the face. So I think Ryan's got the life total for us, going down to 10 likely.
Yep, Hydroblast on the Dragon's Rage Channeler. You know, Ryan still, he's still got the 2/1, or the 2/1/1 prowessers. There we go. Mm-hmm. Got the words out in the right order. Bolt for 3.
Attack for 4. Put Kenny to 3.
All right, can Kenny stabilize?
Which of note is in bolt range.
Yes.
So I don't know if there's any life gain. I think Witherbloom command is our life gain in Kenny's deck.
Yeah, it would gain 2 life here theoretically, and that would be about it. So he's gonna have to deal with both of these monks and hope Ryan doesn't rip another bolt.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, 1 monk down.
And there's a Shoulder's Edict in hand, so we can deal with the other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just impressive how much value this cutter has gotten for Ryan. You know, just multiple monks. I don't know. It looks like we did bring the Mystic Sanctuary in here.
Good.
So it looks like we might be putting a
Get-
bolt back
but-
on
yep.
top,
Yep, and then that will
if I had to guess.
okay. So they're
So hitting for 2, down to 1.
yep. Yeah, he's got the Shoulder's Edict.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not dead yet, but it's Kenny's probably sweating a little bit here.
All right.
Going for the
beam.
second beast. Okay, so he does have the land, so he can deal with
The monk is down. All right. Ryan's empty-handed, so
oh. Ponder's good. That looks like a shuffle.
Assuming we're seeing a shuffle
Yeah.
here. Yep.
That looks like a shuffle for sure. Yeah, Ryan's he's right there, but again, I mean, this is I've played this matchup, and oh, there's a Delver. I played the matchup enough, like Kenny can stabilize, like he absolutely can stabilize here, but he's got to play super tight the rest of the game out.
Mm-hmm.
Draw 2 cards off a Beanstalk. There you go. And then look at 4 cards.
I mean, this is the way to do it, right? If you're going to stabilize at 1, this is a very good start.
Oh, 100%.
And I know he did find, I think one of his draws was a push. So that will handle
Yeah, that looks...
the Delver. I think if I'm in Kenny's position, though, I don't feel very comfortable for the rest of rest of the game.
No, you can't.
And you really need to find a threat, too, because the longer this game goes on...
Yeah, I'm see, there's that brainstorm. No idea what he's looking at right now, but
Oh, he's holding them very close to the chest. All right, looks like we have 2 forces and a Murktide.
Murktide would be a nice one here.
I think there might be a cut in.
Yeah, I do believe there is a Murderous Cut in Kenny's hand.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, if you're trying to get back into it, this is going to be the only way to do it is continue trying to deploy threat after threat every turn, make Kenny find an answer.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
That
is a much more interesting answer.
is also going to draw a couple cards.
Yeah. And this is, talking about the Up the Beanstalk being the card that is going to let Kenny run away with the game. Because now Kenny can, hold his own 8/8 Murktide region up, with which will get bigger, with this Murderous Cut. Forgot the card for a moment. So he's just going to do it now.
And I think that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
And,
yeah. Ryan's gonna pick it up here.
He knows that. What a stabilization by Kenny there at the end. That was so cool to watch.
Yeah, at one. All right, we had a little lunch break there, but we are in fact back with round 3 of Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy. We got Chris Scheiber on the left playing Izzet Delver and Dale Hall on the right playing Mardu Energy. Both of these players, not first time they've played on camera, not the first time they've played each other on camera, actually. A couple Buffalo Chicken Dips ago, I was telling you the guy who forgot his Legacy deck at home played his Modern deck. That was Dale. And he played Chris on stream. Chris took it 2-1 that time. But they are both... Dale is on the correct Legacy version of his deck today, Mardu Energy. And then, Chris has switched from Reanimator off onto the Corey Steelcutter deck. We got 4 of them today.
Yeah, and that's funny you mentioned that, because as they were getting settled and shuffling up for for this round, they were joking about revenge. Dale
Yeah.
was joking about revenge. So we'll see if Dale can get their revenge today. It'll be good. It'll be a fun match, and I can't wait to hopefully see more steel cutters in play and steel cutters in action.
Oh yeah, this card's so good. Now, notably, looking at Chris's list here, it is a Delver list, kind of going more in on just the general tempo plays and trying to close it out. 3 Merc Tides, basically being the only real, kind of obviously, Dragon Ridge Channel are a great, finisher in its own right, but no, not without the regular Delvers, a little bit less on the tempo pushing damage rather than just going all in there. But 1 Urza's Bauble, notable little fun inclusion. 4 Core Steel Cutter.
That's awesome.
Yep, and then we see over here, Dale tries to stick a Guide of Souls. It gets bolted. There's an Ocelot Pride.
Quick follow-up.
Yep. Yeah, so like I said, Dale's playing Mardu Energy. If you are familiar with the modern deck, it is very similar. And by very similar, I mean it plays Broadside Bombardiers and Swords to Plowshares and Cabal Therapy, and everything else is basically the modern. And the land base, obviously, is a legacy land base, but it's basically just the modern shell of an energy deck. He's been playing it for a while. It's a very fun deck to watch, though. If you are not a fan of Modern Horizons 3 in particular, look away.
And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Dale missed a land drop.
Yeah.
Missed land number 2 as well.
Yeah, in a 23 land deck, according to his list here. So that is a pretty impactful, miss there. Ocelot Pride down. I'm sure Chris is thrilled about that.
All right, it looks like we're cracking a bobble.
Oof, I see a Wasteland.
All right. Yep, and it looks like we're missing another land drop as well. So, oof, that's going to be pretty brutal at this point with Dale's hand of many 2-drop creature threats that he unfortunately cannot deploy at this moment.
Oh, goodness.
Whew.
Okay, so he did float the mana before getting Wastelanded. That appears to be maybe what they were
They're discussing, if they're still in the same game phase, or if we mentioned we...
Yeah, okay, so I think that's the judge call happening
switched phases,
here.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's... Yeah, I think that might have been maybe a communication issue here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, if you say... getting Wasteland is sometimes very quick to just go, float the mana, whatever, it's gone. And then if I'm Chris in that case, I want to immediately say, okay, move to combat, let that mana float out, and then did he say move phase? That's what we're trying. I think that's what the communication judge call happening here is about.
Yeah, we don't know. We're not sure. So having to wait for the judge call to iron it out and see kind of what phase of game we're in and where we are. And
all right, so it looks like it was determined that the phase had changed, so the Murktide is going to stick. Oh, and that is rough to see. Hey, well, sometimes that's just how it goes. At least he got that land drop though. Now, so looking at Dale's list, I'm wondering. Okay, so he does have a single copy of Plains.
Yeah, I think as much as Dale may want to fetch the Plains right now, I think his color requirements in hand are just going to be too tough to do that. So
yeah, keeping a 1 land, against in the blind, obviously not knowing for sure it's a Wasteland deck, but knowing that your opponent still has basically 3 Wastelands left, that fighting that temptation and stuff. I think it probably is the right call to go for the plateau in this case, but yeesh. Is that?
I think it's a ponder.
Is that a ponder? Yeah, that appears to be.
Looks like ponder art, alt art.
Yeah, probably one of the secret layers. That's one of the only things with the secret layers is keeping track of how many there are, especially from this side of the commentary where we don't necessarily we can see obviously pretty clearly what the cards are, but sometimes we can't read the text. But I do believe yeah.
It was resolved like a ponder, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think we're safely in ponder territory. Draw off ponder.
Like a brazen borrower?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, brazen borrower.
Yeah, and I mean, both players just a ton of resources. And here's the one of Urza's bauble you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, look at a random card from the opponent's hand. Amped Raptor.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, Amped Raptor was the card on top for the Mishra's bauble as well. So I believe Chris already knew about the Raptor.
Yeah. Black card, a secret layer ponder. Yeah, okay.
Very cool.
So it was indeed a secret layer ponder. It's now Chris going down with another ponder. I respect it.
Ponder, such a powerful card.
Draws the days. Yeah, and then Chris, I've every time Chris has played on stream, I can't not just admire their deck. Like if you go out there and look at it, like it's basically all foiled out or anything that can be foiled is basically foiled.
So many full arts, so many secret layers. It's very cool.
Definitely one. I typically in for like commander and casual stuff, I'll use foils all day every day. But I personally am one to try to avoid foils in like competitive tournament decks. That's a personal thing, but I absolutely respect the blinging out of decks. For sure, and Chris never disappoints in that regard. I think that I believe those are 4 in black border Volks, but they're still black border. They're only black border. They're only 4 in black border, right? They're not real
so
beta.
Pretty. So pretty though.
Absolutely, free Potato David, free ponder in modern. Yeah, I think ponder could probably come off in modern.
At this point,
yeah,
I think at this point,
there's a lot I think that can probably fairly come off the ban list for modern. I was just playing that aggressive brazen borrower. I like it. Yeah, see, look, there's the foil nemesis days like it's nothing.
Oh. Nice, and we're returning Thundering Falls. I love the value.
Again, that's absolutely it's part of the reason why. Part of the reason I'm so all in on Delver right now is just that Days Thundering Falls. Like it's one of my favorite interactions in the format right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hitting that. What are you, poor? Yeah, Dale getting hit. That second wasteland hurts.
That might be, that.
Cause,
and just especially in a 3-color deck, it's just gonna be brutal to come back from this.
Yeah, losing that Orcish Bowmaster just the days, and then immediately getting wastelanded. I mean, the energy deck can very likely just effectively explode back into this game. Like one good amped Raptor can start putting him back in this game, but looks like there was a plateau on top. Yeah. So
maybe back in business.
Another ponder. Looking at Chris's list here. Yeah. So the Murktide Regents are the only. Like I said, I don't want to say the only real threat here, but in terms of pushing big damage numbers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we were looking for another Daze, knowing that there's that plateau on top. Just trying to tax Dale's mana as much as possible. I feel like that at this point would be a great find. I know we shuffled off that ponder, so let's see what we find.
So yeah, I'm sure Dale's very happy to see that plateau there, and I wonder if he's just gonna go in for an Amp Raptor here. Oh, or just Bowmasters. Okay. Okay.
We did have a daze.
Gonna pick up that Thundering Falls. Let's go.
Oh goodness. Ugh.
Oh.
It's just so brutal.
Yeah, that's painful to see. Man.
You can see Dale laughing too. Oh goodness.
Yeah. Dale, like I said, this is I've been doing this for a couple times now. Dale's been around. He's such a good sport about it all.
Oh
too.
yeah.
Like, he's a great guy. I've very much enjoyed having him around. Because like I said, even when he's losing, man, he's like, yeah, you know, it happens.
It's magic. That's how it goes sometimes.
And that's the thing is you can be the best Magic player in the world, and sometimes your draws are just going to be bad and your opponents are going to be good, and sometimes you just can't play around that.
Yep.
You know,
for sure.
And yeah, like I said, Dale's just every time has been like, yep, that's how it goes sometimes. So I gotta respect the guy.
All right, what are we fetching here?
He's like,
the temptation to just get the basics got to be so strong at this point, but yeah. I feel Dale here because it's just you feel like you can't. You feel like you're too far behind to get a basic and risk not having all of your colors online, and just really tough spot here.
Yeah, I guess the fortunate thing, and I'm sure the thing that Dale's thinking is, there's only one more wasteland, right?
Right?
There's no way Chris is gonna top deck this. Okay, Bowmaster getting forced. Okay,
getting forced. Yep. Which not surprising, I think.
Yeah.
Right now we're on a two turn clock.
Yeah. That Bowmaster, that's the third Bowmaster that's been answered by Chris. Like,
yeah, it looks like we found like a daze in hand.
All right.
And all right.
There's no way Delirium is not online, right?
I can't imagine.
Ponder, yeah,
sorcery instant. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely online there. That said, though, actually, I don't think there's anything that Dale can draw out here.
Certainly not a 3-drop.
No.
As good as Bomba is, I don't know that Bomba's great in that position. And Chris will take game number 1. An impressive showing, impressive just resource control of Dale's lands, and Brazen Bar, we're getting the job done. Yeah,
and we didn't even see Chris has 4 copies of Corey Steelcutter. We saw Ryan playing 2 of them earlier. And even though we lost it, maybe I'm biased here. I'm a big fan of the card right now, but I think even just those 2 copies put in a good showing. And Chris is playing a full 4 here. But yeah, I mean, Chris is a phenomenal Magic player. I think he won 2 Buffalo Chicken Dips ago, and then top 8'd the last one, something like that. Like this is very, very familiar with this format. Played very, very tight there. All right, so we're looking at some sideboards. I got Chris's deck pulled up right now. I think Hydroblast's come in. I think that's probably a safe bet. Maybe there's a single copy of Consign to Memory. I don't think Chris probably really wants it, but it's an option.
I could see a world where you may want engineered explosives in this matchup. It's a one of in the board. There's a lot of 1-drops. There's a lot of really impactful 2-drops.
I mean, we also saw the one the Ocelot Pride can be very good at just picking up all of those tokens too.
Yeah, like really control the board if something gets out of control.
Yeah.
So I can see engineered explosives just because of the versatility and the ability to handle various different board states, being a toolbox, a tool you'd want in your toolbox for this matchup if you're on Chris's side.
Oh yeah, and obviously, so it's never fun, I think, to be in that position where you're getting Wasteland locked out of a game. But there is that kind of side advantage of your opponent just didn't get a chance to see that much of your deck. Obviously, we saw like the Guide of Souls, we saw the Ocelot Pride. It's a pretty good guess of what else is kind of filling out the rest of that deck. But it's not to say that like if you see 30 of your opponent's cards, you can pretty much fill out the rest of it, where there's still going to probably be some amount of variance for Chris's sideboarding plan, because he doesn't know what Dale every single card that Dale's playing, right? I see Deafening Silences and Disruptor Flutes in Disruptor Flute, probably not, but Deafening Silence I think definitely wants to come in for Chris, or for Dale against Chris. We didn't see those Corey Steel Cutters, but Deafening Silence is very good against Corey Steel Cutter.
Yes, for sure. And I think those 3 Pyroblasts definitely make it in as well.
Yeah, the 3 Pyroblasts, the 2 Deafening Silences I think come in. You can make an argument for these Fairy Macabres or Surgical Extractions. I don't think Dale really wants them here. But like I said, there is that argument, even just snipe something to keep them off of Delirium so that the Dragon Rage Channelers aren't scary. Like I said, it's an option. I don't think it's one he'll probably lean to. He might, but I don't think the Graveyard Hate, where he's got plenty of other good options in this matchup, I don't think he's looking at Graveyard Hate as the viable sideboard plan.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's the axis that Dale decides to fight on. I think his threats in his main board are so potent that he would likely not want to disrupt that game plan too much by bringing in a lot of those more reactive cards, and I think his proactive game plan is just so strong. So I would be surprised if he brought in.
If he didn't have like the Deafening Silences, say, I could definitely see wanting to be able to fight on that axis. But yeah, where with the Deafening Silences being able to just not completely neuter the Delver game plan, but it puts that to such a just grindy mess.
All right, and we're seeing the classic DRC bobble start for Chris.
Ooh,
double bobble. Jinx.
Again, talking about favorite interactions, like,
oh my goodness, are we watching a 1 land hand again for Dale?
Oh man, 23 lands and only having the 1 is crazy, but
all right, and then it looks like end step will likely be making a cat here.
Yeah, because he gained
life off the Guide of Souls trigger, so we're at 2 life, 2 energy here, and then we'll pass the turn back. But the 1 lander again, I mean, I think we're really hoping, if you're Dale here, that you just fade the Wasteland.
Yeah.
Fade the Wasteland again, and hopefully find a second land here soon. It's just...
He never didn't have it.
Never did not have the Wasteland. And I mean, I think it's just so tempting if you're Chris. I mean, the problem though, so here's the problem with Wastelanding now, is Dale is out. The board presence at this point is really strong.
Yeah.
So you also really want to deal with the threats that have already been presented.
Yeah.
Now Tamiyo does a great job blocking, but
well, we found found the land, so
never didn't have it again. Yep. Look at both.
I'm sure Dale would rather be able to play like an Amp Raptor or even like a Goblin Bombardment, something, a Johnny. Plenty of strong 2-drops in Dale's deck, but I'm sure he's just happy to not be fully Wasteland locked at the moment.
Yeah.
Especially looking at Chris's options. I can't quite tell exactly what he's got in hand, but with the Guide of Souls and the Ocelot Pride on board, like, you got to answer both of those cards. It's not just like you can answer one and be fine. You kind of got to answer both.
Yeah, and of note, there is no Delirium potential right now, I believe. So I think the attacks should be safe.
Yeah, at the very least with the... that is Pyroblast?
Looks like it.
Yeah, that's the when they did the Wilds of Eldraine. Wilds of Eldraine? They did those like anime store prominency. It was Pyroblast, and then that bad counterspell from the set, and everyone was mad that it wasn't Hydroblast. Yeah, get rid of that Tamiya. Yeah, this is how the you know, that Mardu energy deck. I say how it's supposed to work. It's not supposed to work in Legacy, I don't think, but it is.
It just shows the power of these 1-drops, right?
Yeah.
The Guide Pride engine is so strong, and the fact that it's like a Legacy power level it really speaks to how powerful those cards are.
Yeah.
And you think about adding Bombardier to the mix, right? You think about being able to throw these cat tokens. It sounds great. It sounds so cool. So hoping that we get to 3 lands ever someday so we can deploy that card, because I think that card is incredible.
Mana. What is...
Are we trying to figure out what this card is? I think it's the Steel Cutter.
That's got to be the hang on, I'm gonna
find the version of the card. I think it's got to be, yeah, it's an artifact equipment.
Okay, yeah, that is Corey Steel Cutter. Yep. It's one of those alternate printings.
Goodness, Chris has the coolest art.
Yeah, that is in fact the alternate art printing of that card. I told you, Chris blinging.
It's beautiful. So we're forcing the Amped Raptor.
Okay.
All right. So it looks like we are at Delirium now. We have instant artifact, creature, land.
So we're going to put probably on the Pride.
Mm-hmm. So it's a 3/3 first striking flyer here.
Now, is it... Okay, it does have a flying counter. That's the only thing I could not remember.
Mm-hmm.
It is a flying counter on it, so it will continue to have flying.
It sure does. Yes, that Ocelot Pride, we don't have anything denoting that it has a flying counter, but it does have flying as well as 2 1/1 counters on it. So it's now a 3/3 first striking, life-linking flyer.
It's gonna make another cat. It's gonna game.
It is. It's hard to race a 3/3 lifelink flyer first strike with the DRC, but I think if anything can do it, maybe Quarry Steel Cutter can.
We're gonna find out. It looks like Dragonzoid Channeler and a mountain not a mountain, a Scalding Tarn in hand there.
Yeah, so you're seeing, it looks like in Dale's hand we still have, I'm seeing a Bombardment. Oh my goodness.
Double Quarry Steel. That's a draw. That's a draw right there.
Oh my goodness.
That said, though, Dale's, gaining enough life, he can tank a couple of these hits for the time being. Like, he doesn't need to. He has to be aware of the Quarry Steel Cutter and the threats that are going to start happening if Chris gets the opportunity. But it's not like it is an immediate emergent threat he has to deal with. Because where he's gained so much life off of everything else he's doing. Mm-hmm. I got a land and an Amped Raptor. Yep, gain some life. All right, we are getting accurate life totals.
Yeah, we're getting our life totals situated over here. So
yeah, he's still at 21.
And I believe Chris is empty-handed.
Yeah, I think they both might be, actually.
No, I saw
Johnny off
and Chris knows.
Yeah, they're
experienced enough to know that is it for game 2. So Dale will take game 2. Ooh.
Oh man. Modern Horizons constructed. Yeah. Welcome to Legacy in the year of our Lord 2025, where we are just playing Modern Horizons cards. Really, because it was Dragon's Rage Channeler first, there's just Modern Horizons 2.
It's just so impressive if you think about the quality of cards in Dale's deck, right? Dale has not played a card that is not in. I guess. Okay, Amped Raptor was banned.
Yeah.
Right.
However, he did have the sideboard Pyroblast.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So yes, but like we are basically watching a modern deck right now, and that is just so wild to me that these cards are so strong, and in both of these formats, it really is incredible.
So 57 of Dale's 75 are modern legal cards. Well, I guess cutting the Amp Raptor, I counted those as just for the time period of them.
Yes. That one, yes, was deemed to be too strong.
53 of, we'll say 57 of his 75 have been modern legal within the last year.
Yeah.
How about that?
And it's basically the deck, right?
Yeah, it is just a Mardu energy deck that gets to play Broadside, Bombardiers, Cabal Therapy, and Swords to Plowshares. That's the deck.
Yep.
And
I love it.
Yeah. Like I said, he forgot this deck a couple tournaments ago. Came with the modern version, put up decent results, especially for a modern deck in a Legacy tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And then he played this one. I think we actually had him on stream last time with this. It might have been a slightly different build, but this list he played it last time on stream, and there it is. Guide of Souls getting it started.
Turn 1 guide. We'll see. Well, we'll see if there's a turn.
Yeah, wondering if we're gonna see. Is Chris playing? Yeah, Chris was playing Thundering Falls. Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to go for the Thundering Falls, if he's got... Oh, okay, so he... Maybe like a Bolt? Yeah, okay, it looks like he has announced a Bolt is coming. Or...
Bolt or Heat.
Something.
Some sort of kill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Definitely the right call here. Especially after getting traumatized by it last game.
All right, here's our Steel Cutter in play.
All right, we're Wasteland proof, but we don't have red right now. Another Guide of Souls, and maybe just I see Cabal Therapy. We're just gonna go ahead and blind. Oof.
Ooh, I don't know what we named, but
I also don't know what we named, but depending on this draw here, I don't think I hate having to look that down, because there's if he didn't draw a land here, I mean he's not gonna be able to pop the core steel cutters for really any value.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough to
so
double spell here.
Yeah, so we got the Brainstorm that obviously is gonna help. But I'm not quite seeing... I love how we're both like leaning to the side as if it's going to change our camera angle at all.
As if it's going to help us with the glare off these beautiful foils. Yeah.
Okay, so we do get one there.
All right. Looks like we're swinging for 2. Knock Dale down to presumably 17.
Yeah, he could have flashed back that Cabal Therapy with the guide, but he already lost one guide, and I think he's probably trying to just play it safe here rather than be super aggressive, especially after what is that? Oh, is that Waste? Oof, that is a Wasteland.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty major, as we know that Chris missed a land drop last turn, and I believe
I see.
brainstormed, put a wasteland back on top, but didn't have a shuffle effect. So I imagine we're brainstorm locked at this point with no other colored sources.
That's rough to see, yeah. And he's thinking about swordsing that right there, which I don't hate. I don't think it's necessary. I would be tempted to save that for something else, but I
From
mean,
this position, I can understand the decision, right? I
Yeah.
think it's definitely a tough decision to make, and you're not pleased about making it, but at the same time, I mean, your game plan is to just hopefully deploy your threats as quickly as possible, and oof,
So,
that is
he
a
gonna-
red source off the top.
yeah, it looked like he had an Arid Mesa in hand too, and I was wondering if he was maybe going to try to go for the get that basic mountain. Because I mean, Chris, I don't want to say has an easy, wasteland target here. Maybe he's just trying to bait out that wasteland, keep him off of as much as he can.
I also don't know if Dale has a basic mountain. Do we know?
His list says he does.
Perfect. Okay.
Oh, it was a.
That's, oh, but he can't get
I thought
with the marsh flats.
Yeah, I thought it was an Arid Mesa. It looks like it was a marsh flats instead, which I think is still fine because even with another wasteland target up, like,
you're just stretching Chris's resources so
Yeah.
much.
I think because I think he had 2 Amped Raptors in hand. So if he's got that second Amp Raptor, I think that's a fair trade on the. Yeah, it looks like that is another Amped Raptor there. It's gonna gain a life and gain an energy. Alright, what are we gonna flip? Oh.
Gain another life, gain another energy.
Yeah, this is Chris is in a rough spot right now. That is for sure.
And he's up to 3 because the Amped Raptor adds 2 when it enters as well. So able to put the 2 counters and the flying counter on the Guide of Souls and chunk in for more damage. End step will make a cat. And I think at this point, Dale is very firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think. Yep, Chris is just gonna scoop it up.
And just a tale of 3 different games. Game 1, we saw Chris successfully keep Dale off of mana and run away with it, and then game 3, we saw Dale do the same. So it just the power of Wasteland on display for this match.
All right, we are back with round 4, Buffalo Chicken Dip number 21. Starting it off here, we've got. See a pretty brutal wasteland right there. We got Tony Morris playing the Nadu breakfast deck there on the right. Andrew Bailey just playing your pretty standard bug beanstalk list there on the left. Yeah, that turn 1 wasteland. Aggressive. I don't hate it though.
Oh no, Urza Saga is such a scary card in this matchup. It's just, I mean, it enables so much of what this breakfast deck wants to do, and I think makes perfect sense. Wasteland. To get it out of there.
I'm sure if Andrew had a second one right there, he would have backed it right there.
He would have popped that one as well.
So yeah, like I said, it's your pretty bog standard naughty breakfast list from Tony. You see a little bit of variance here and there, but this is on like the old school kind of like Narcomoeba Dread Return things. I've seen some that kind of go into like that Stone Blade angle. This isn't doing that. This is just I would say traditional breakfast, but Nadu's crept its way into the format, so I say crept. It didn't really creep. It kind of exploded.
Oh
into
yeah,
the format
I would
about
say
a year ago.
exploded is an accurate term.
A lot of people still kind of, I think, upset that the deck has gone untouched. But honestly, I think it's fine. I think some of that comes from like the lingering modern sentiment. Legacy has been able to adapt to Nadu. It's still a very strong, very I'll even say annoying deck to play around sometimes. But it is, I think, as of right now, I think it's a perfectly balanced card in the format.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially when looking at some of the especially powerful like blue black lists and troll and frog and
Yeah.
and that archetype, I think when you're thinking about decks that were just super overpowered, Nadu fits in Legacy,
Yeah.
right? It definitely is a nice part of the meta, but it isn't overpowered. It doesn't have crazy numbers. It's just a very solid, very consistent deck, and so it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's fun to play.
Like it had a couple of weeks there when the card first came out where it was like, I don't want to say number one deck in the format in terms of strength, but in terms of just sheer numbers, because of how strong the deck was. But again, like format was able to adapt. Psychic Frog was the problem card in the format out of Modern Horizons. It was not Nadu.
Oh yeah,
I miss my Froggy boy, but but he needed to go.
He was too strong.
Needed to go.
He was too strong.
He exiled too many cards from the graveyard and flew too close to the sun.
Oh goodness! And then we see Nadu getting forced, and now we see a Bowmaster coming down on Andrew's side, and I think that's not necessarily what Tony wants to see.
No, the one fortunate thing, obviously, with Nadu, and I think the reason why a lot of people still hate on the card in the format is it gets around that draw trigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit harder to answer that, but it doesn't matter. Bowmaster's still a very potent threat in this deck because it is still a brainstorm ponder deck. You're going to get value off of having that Nadu stick or that Bowmaster stick against the Nadu deck.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, that's that is indeed a card. All right, response. Yeah.
All right, and this looks like a murderous cut.
Yeah. I think he was double checking, making sure he had the cards to exile and. All right. Andrew, I'm sure, sweating bullets there.
All right, so we get the very scary card off the field, the Cephalid Illusionist, as the deck is named.
Yeah, namesake card. And, sometimes you do just go, turn one, Shuko, turn one, Nomads, turn two, Cephalid, and go. Which is very nearly what happened there. He just, had the cards ready. And there's another one.
Here's another one.
I think he had a Daze in hand? Or no, it's a Brainstorm.
No, we have a Brainstorm and a Murktide. So I'm thinking that Andrew is really considering just firing off this Brainstorm to potentially look for some interaction, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, if he can't, I think he has to, right? He's okay. So he's got fetch land. Okay. I didn't see the fetch land sitting off there on the side, so he's gonna be able to put. Was it Force of Will he played a moment ago?
Mm-hmm.
Put that Force of Will back on top. Brainstorm it. He'll lose the Murktide, but losing the Murktide versus losing the game,
Oh, he's putting Murderous Cut back.
Oh, he's gonna use Murderous Cut.
So that also an option here.
I guess he would have enough to be able to do it too. So
yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see how many cards in graveyard we have now, but it looks like we have plenty.
Yeah, well, especially with the 3 mana on board, there should be enough to pay for everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. If I'm Andrew, I love to see that.
The Ponder Days Force Mill.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And then that's two Cephalid Illusionists down. So.
Ooh, and speaking of new cards, we weren't speaking of new cards. I just wanted to segue into it because I'm very excited.
Rakshasa's Bargain.
Oh yeah.
Rakshasa? I've heard that one pronounced
Rakshasa's Bargain, I believe. Yeah. Rakshasa's Bargain.
If that's not how it's pronounced, I apologize. That's how we're going to pronounce
it
today.
I might just call it Bargain from now on. I can say that one.
That's one. I've heard it pronounced a couple of different ways, and I've never. Okay, just going for the value.
Oracle.
I forgot what the cards was called for just the briefest of moments.
And I'm not sure if Tony has any other cards in hand. I think
they're both.
I think his cards are pretty close to his chest, so I can't tell if he has any cards in hand. I think he does based off of how he's positioned himself, but it's hard to know. It's a mystery.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why we're getting any echo here. I'll work on seeing if I can get the audio issue. If I just turn down the capture a little bit, maybe that fixes it a little bit. Hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, we cannot tell that we're echoing. So if we're anything that we're doing is helping, it would be wonderful for some feedback in the chat to know that. Audio back to gold. Perfect.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Maybe we'll convince the guys here at Warpgate just put up like some sound panels. That would probably help too. If we're not doing anything with the wall space,
Why not?
Yeah. If anyone who has any control over that is listening, just
anyone's got some sound panels, want to come on out to Warpgate in Columbus, Ohio, bring us some sound panels. That'd be great.
And if not, we'll just keep messing with the sound until we get some goods going. Yep, there's that Rakshasa Bargain.
All right, looks like Beans, Bowmaster, 2 land.
Yep, I think it's. Yep, yeah, just been the lands. He's got 5 lands out right now.
Oh yeah, plenty of resources to work with, and just so much. And Oracle with 2 Shukos on it.
Yeah, Tony's he's got to be looking for with the Thoracle on the board makes it a little bit awkward. I mean, you can mill yourself if you can get to it right. You could potentially like mill yourself out. No, yeah, Oracle is suited up. This is the one kind of like Oracle's in the graveyard now. It's probably Tony. I'm sure is fine with that.
Yeah. Honestly, where you prefer it to be, probably.
Yeah, because then you can dread return it back later. Mm-hmm. This is the kind of time though, especially like this kind of matchup. I think I've always I think when you have that like Stoneblade kind of package available to you, I think obviously you dilute the main strategy of the deck, but having that kind of alternate line of attack, especially in some of these very grindier matchups, is nice.
All right.
3 mana for
3 mana
Nadu.
Nadu.
Nadu is certainly a card here.
All right. Equip.
Cavern is fine. I believe Tony is still out of cards in hand. Or
it's so hard to tell.
Yeah.
Ugh. These 5-mana spells with beans are just so powerful.
Like actually insane, yeah. Yeah, this is one of those things like Andrew doesn't even have to, play super aggressively with this kind of deck. Like he can just, as what what he's been doing all game, just kind of sitting back, just poking a little bit at Tony here, poking a little bit there. Yeah, swords that. Andrew's life total's not gonna matter probably ever.
Yeah, swordsing an orc army token is tough also, not necessarily where you want to be, right?
Yeah. Okay, so there's a oof.
All right, so we can see the hand. So we have Dread Return and Nomad in hand, which
Yeah. Murktide, draw a card off Beanstalk. I think Tony's doing the look through, see if there's anything left he can do.
what does live draws look like? All right.
I don't know. Tony is playing the one copy of Memory's Journey. I don't think that would be enough though. I think that would require a couple extra turns of setup. Otherwise, I think he's just dead on board here.
Yeah, I mean, I think a removal spell for the Murktide buys a turn. You really want that swords back at this point.
Maybe. Oh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Does he have a way to get the?
I think there's a Bowmaster in hand. I don't even know if that's
I'm looking. Is there a way to get the? So he's only got the one copy of Dread Return, and it is in his hand. So I'm like, That's the trickiest part about this right now. Is there a way for him to get the Dread Return? I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. There might be something I'm missing.
It might be just mill enough to get a couple Narcomoebas in play.
Just some blockers.
To get a couple flyers. Yeah, a couple blockers. And then try to go next turn. But I think we just milled our whole library.
Yeah, that Dread Return being in hand.
I don't know if there's a way to. I don't know.
Yeah, so he's eyeing that Memory's Journey. Well, okay. Memory's Journey shuffles up to 3 cards, so he could Memory's Journey shuffle just the Thoracle back in and win next turn.
And it's an instant, so we can do it.
Okay. Yeah, what happened to those Narcomoebas?
So there are 2 Narcomoebas in play. They're kind of off to the bottom of the screen. You can't see them right now, but they are in play.
Okay, yeah, I see them.
So
for anyone watching, they're tucked right under where it says Columbus, Ohio in our little event bar at the bottom. They're kind of right there. Yeah, I see them now.
Yeah, so that
might be enough right here. That is super, super tight. If that's the line that Tony's going for here.
I think that's such an interesting, very cool line. So it'd be very cool to see if Tony gets there, and I'm sure Andrew will do everything in his power to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, because I mean, 6 damage. If he can get through these Narcomoebas, it should just be his. Or have a way to deal with either the Memory's Journey or the Thoracle. Well, the Thoracle, I assume the Cavern is on Wizard.
Okay, so we're casting another Murktide.
Drawing cards off of these beanstalks.
It looks like I did see a Force of Will drawn.
So he's going to have to use it to answer the Memory's Journey.
All right, Narcomoeba taking the Murktide hit. Going into the bin.
Yep, there it is. Okay.
All right.
That was the line he was going for.
And Andrew finds the Force of Will off of that last Murktide to counter the Memory's Journey flashback and take game number 1.
All right, very, very close game there. It's going into sideboards. I've got Tony's list already pulled up. I think there's a strong argument for Leyline of the Void, just on account of the fact that it's gonna hinder, all of that card draw off of those beanstalks. It's not my favorite, Leyline deck to board Leyline into, but I
think on the back of Murderous Cut,
yeah.
And Murktide, I can definitely see the value. It's not necessarily exactly where you want to be, but stopping those powerful threats and Murderous Cut just really allowing for that instant speed interaction with, and inhibiting your game plan. I could see that being at least a consideration for Tony as he's sideboarding.
Yeah, I'm seeing a one of Serenity. I think that's probably going to come in here. All artifacts and enchantments is going to hit you a little bit if you're on like the Shuko line, but also it's going to hit all of their beanstalks. I think that one might come in here. There's another Teferi again, just kind of that in that same vein of shutting them out of their options, not being able to do the murders cuts at instant speed. Just keeping them playing fair.
I could also see the other Cavern of Souls coming in here too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to protect being able to get Nadu into play. And as I was chatting with Tony earlier, and he mentioned how most of his creatures are wizards, so it makes Cavern just so nice in his deck. So I would bet we would see the second Cavern come in as well.
Andrew's got some interesting sideboard options here. 2 Carpet of Flowers. Again, I think Carpet of Flowers is correct as a sideboard card, but I feel like it just comes in against so many decks. I think it looked like he did grab those carpets.
Yeah, I'm seeing in his live sideboarding the carpets, the endurance, and then some other options as well, which I likely missed, but.
Yeah. Surgical extraction is possible.
Probably the Veil, I would imagine.
Veil seems likely. He's got a Collector Oof in the board. I don't think it needs to come in here because it's only going to really be stopping those Shukos, and in that case, he just goes for the Nomads types of lines. It's an option though. Like I said, I don't think it's the best choice here. It's probably not one I would go for, but it could be. Same thing like Fairy Macabre, just kind of like that spot hitting of graveyards.
It really depends on, again, what Andrew wants to take out in this matchup. It looked like he sideboarded about 6 or 7 cards in. So it wouldn't surprise me if like Mystical Dispute also came in.
Yeah, it could very likely, or at least as an option.
But yeah, just an Unmoored Ego is interesting.
Yeah, I was hovering over that one, just as a. I don't dislike it. I actually really like it in the sideboard. It's just not one you see very often,
Correct,
especially in Legacy. I see it sometimes in Modern, but in Legacy, I think this is maybe I don't want to say this is the first time I've ever seen it in a Legacy sideboard, but it's not one that I've seen very often. Unmoored Ego, though, I think could really hinder, Tony there if he goes for it.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting one. I think that, I was looking at it and I'm like, huh, is that good? Is that worth it? It's we'll see. We'll see. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see if Andrew brought it in.
Because
And
especially against something like compared to say like a surgical extraction, you don't have to target. You just name a card. So if you just have it, turn 3, you can just try to unmoored ego, uh, you know, whichever combo piece he wants to go for. Probably the Thassa's Oracle seems like the best option.
mm-hmm.
Especially where there's not really any alternate, lines here for Tony to go into, especially after seeing his whole deck, his whole main, game 1 main board. But you could just if you just go turn 3, unmoored ego, Thassa's Oracle. What do you do there?
Yeah, you gotta beat down with the Nadu plan. The
Yeah.
big 3/4 flyer.
I say yeah, not Nadu is a 3/4. He's a 4/4 if you put a Shuko on him.
So there you go. There's
And
the backup plan.
that is in fact the backup strategy. Oh, Pernicious Deed came in. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like he brought in a Pernicious Deed. Again, as a possibility, I kind of overlooked it a little bit in favor of some of these other options, but I don't hate Pernicious Deed here.
I like it more than like the oof, right?
Yeah.
Because you get to just get them.
Yeah, you can put into it as much as you want. If they've just got like if you only need to hit, say the like the Nomad Zen Core, you have to worry about or like the Nomads or the Shukos, you can just hit those without also risking, like having Collector Oof being a dead card, or kind of talking about like the. I feel like there's something else, but
Of note, it also hits Saga too,
yeah.
which is so nice. All right, looks like we pondered and we left on top and drew Brainstorm. And
Double
oh my
bargain.
goodness, Andrew's hand is stocked.
Oh goodness, yeah it is. and he's got that Wasteland live too. Tony either missing a land drop or desperately trying to not get Wastelanded here.
Oh yeah. Looks like Tony may have kept a 1-lander and just not finding. It looks like maybe we kept an Island Ponder hand.
No, he did fetch for that island. He was trying to play around the Wasteland, but I think he expected to find.
Yeah, but also kept a 1-lander on the back of
Yeah.
Ponder, trying to find a second land, and looks like we just did not find one. And oof, looks like a lot of spells. Okay, I think that was a cavern, so at least that's a land drop. I don't know that you're excited to run out a cavern in the face of a wasteland, especially if it's not going to help you cast anything in your hand. And maybe that's what Tony's thinking about right now.
Just like running it out and
wondering if we're considering holding it.
I think that's what he did. I think that's
Mhm.
I think he went ahead and passed the turn there, which is scary. Pitching a Cephalid to the Force of Will. So he did it. He could have.
Didn't have to go to discard though. Got to force.
Yeah.
Got to force the bargain and not go to discard. So, and I mean, Tony's really not under any pressure right now. So if we're taking our time to find lands that we can put into play to cast spells, right? I think the patience on the cavern could very well be rewarding. We'll have to see.
Looks like Andrew picked up an Uro off the top. Very good Brainstorm too. Probably put some of those removal spells back.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like. It looks like Andrew also doesn't have any lands in hand.
Yeah.
Which. Moving to discard, we'll put this Uro into the bin.
Which, notably, Andrew's got a basic swamp sitting there, so it's going to be a minute before this Uro comes back out. Oof. That's how Andrew's thinking about it. He's thinking hard about it. He's got that force. Oh, he's gonna let it in. Okay.
Not going to fight over the Bowmaster. Going to be pretty patient with our force of will that we're holding. And I like this decision from Andrew. I think
it's the patient play.
With the scary explosiveness of Tony's deck, of this breakfast deck, it's hard to have the discipline to say, okay, you know, you basically had to time walk yourself, return your island to your hand. We'll let this brainstorm go. I'm so ahead on resources.
Yeah.
But flipping that Narcomoeba off the surveil.
All right, let's see. Yeah, just bounce off of each other there.
The block for the funsies.
All right, Tony's
Right.
paid. Oof.
And the okay.
Andrew.
This is a counterable to Fairy. Mm-hmm.
I think he has to counter this to Fairy here, or yeah, okay. I was gonna at least make the attempt to counter it here.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I don't know there's not a whole lot of options in Andrew's deck to deal with a resolved to Fairy. I mean, I guess other than just attacking it.
And the creature in play currently doesn't attack very
no.
very well. All right. So looking at Andrew's hand, it looks like we have an endurance, but no other green card, and I don't believe we're able to cast that endurance.
No, we've only got the one green source. Yeah, Andrew's mana is super clunky right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another Teferi. So he did bring in the second Teferi. Just yeah, get the value off of that while you can, I guess. Yeah, Teferi is not an unanswerable card here necessarily, but it is definitely going to be a fight here for Andrew at this point. Oh, Shoulder's Edict, that'll do it. The one of Shoulder's Edict.
Yeah, I mean, that card here is really nice to clear that Teferi, especially when it doesn't look like you'd be able to attack it for at least another couple turns.
Notably, though, that does remove another. I mean, I don't know. Andrew's obviously we can see Andrew's hand.
We can only see Andrew's hand. We can't see Tony's hand. We're just like all of y'all at home that have no idea what's in Tony's hand. So it's shocking to us as well when everything hits the table. We're all just waiting in suspense to find out.
Yeah. Like I said, like Andrew's got a handful of removal spells, but we've got no idea what Tony's cooking with right now. He's thinking though.
We are in the tank.
I'm wondering what exactly his options are right now. Is the main thing. We've got probably doesn't look great.
All right, so we've been through both of our Teferi. All right, another cavern. So we did bring in our second cavern, our sideboard cavern.
Yeah, probably also on Wizard, though I could almost see an argument for, I guess. As he was playing it, I was about to say an argument for naming the whatever the creature type on Nomads is, and then there it is. So, and yeah, Andrew's tapped out. I don't think he's got. Don't think he had like another force or anything. I guess we'll find out.
I didn't see a force in his hand, no.
I saw like a bunch of fatal pushes and the
Yeah,
like. But...
a lot of mana requirements in terms of interaction.
Yep, and I mean Tony's got the creatures to be able to dread return here. So as long as the Thassa's Oracle isn't in his hand.
Yes.
As long as the Thassa's Oracle isn't in his hand.
His secret hand, which we don't know what it is.
Return. There, okay.
There it is. All right, and we found a green card. So okay,
force the...
All right. Let's see if we have a force. We do not.
Okay.
All right, so Tony going forward with force backup to force a game number 3.
All right, that was a close one. All right, so does anything change going from games 2 to games 3 for either players, you think?
I wouldn't think so. I would think there's not really much in way of conditional cards that you'd only want on the play or the draw in this matchup for either side. Like even Deed, which is 3 mana, which is a lot of mana in Legacy, right?
Mm.
I think is probably better on the play only because you get there faster, but at the same time I think it's still something that you'd want, right?
Yeah.
Just to clear out Sagas and Shukos and
I think I don't think there's really any need to swap too much in the sideboards in this matchup here. Yeah, I'm not nothing really seems to be calling out to me personally as a better on the draw versus on the play as far as the sideboard options go.
Yeah, and I don't think either player really reached back into their sideboard. It seems like they're probably both pretty happy with their plans.
Yeah.
So get into game 3. This is a fun one.
Yeah, this has been a good one to watch. Both playing very, very well.
Mm-hmm. All right, looking at what looks like to be a pretty solid hand on Andrew's side. Maybe light in interaction, but it looks like we have a bargain in hand. It looks like a Bowmaster. And is that a Bowmaster or a push?
It's either a Bowmaster or a push. I think he's got that Lorien revealed. If he needs to look for a, whatever kind of specific answer, he's land if he's looking for something. If he's going to use it, it'll probably be going for like that Mystic Sanctuary, but he's also got a handful of fetch lands too, so he's got plenty of options there. Or if he just finds the lands on his own, it's a pretty beefy draw.
Yeah, it seemed like last game Andrew's mana was pretty awkward, so yeah. I'm sure he's hoping for a little bit less awkward mana. this game, and it looks like he has the fetch lands
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that. And
He saw a wasteland on top, liked it, kept it. I can't blame him for it either.
oh yeah, Urza Saga is quite a powerful magic card, and
Mm-hmm.
we'll have to see. We'll see what he does. I'm sure that, like, in general, when I think about Wasteland, the use is so conditional, right?
Yes.
At times you want to fire it off to take your opponent off a color, and at times you kind of want to sandbag it for scary utility lands like Urza Saga. So we'll see how Ander decides to use it here. Interested to see kind of how those decision paths go and how he decides to use it.
All right, so Tony binned that swords. So he's, let's see what he's gonna do. Okay, brainstorm. That's a bowmaster. you can see I'm not great at reading lips, but that was definitely Tony's response right there. That's a bowmaster.
That's a bowmaster. Ooh, ouch.
Yep, that is going to be a 4/4 bowmaster or a 4/4 orc army. All right. Well, the Dread Return's right where he wants it.
Yep, stacking that brainstorm to put that Dread Return right into the graveyard with the archive. These surveillance, they enable such powerful synergies.
The surveillance, when they first got spoiled, I remember looking at them thinking, those will be fun in standard. They're fine. Maybe I'll play a little bit of them in, Eternal formats with fetch lands and stuff. And then, like, the first game, like, turn 1, like, fetch surveil, I was sold.
This hurts.
Yeah.
Another brainstorm into the face of a bowmaster, and whew, that's a painful one.
Yeah. That's rough.
And if Tony doesn't find an answer to this orc army, he's just dead.
Yeah,
It's just lethal.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 7. Yeah, so the army on its own is enough for lethal. I'm very curious if he's got like a swords in hand or something.
Well, we'll see very shortly.
Yeah, like he
very forced out. All right.
They're probably just, obviously nothing's guaranteed, but Tony is kind of, telegraphing he's got an answer. Okay.
And no answer to be found.
Yeah.
Just binning the swords and then dying to it, and not a 7/7 orc army.
Having obviously there's not a lot you can do playing into the first one because it comes from the hand like that. Like, all right, sorry about that, folks. We got everything figured out. So what was realized was that this was we were looking at the top table in round 4 of a 6-round Swiss event. After they'd already started getting set up and everything was when they realized that they could just intentionally draw in to the top 8, which is what they're doing. I absolutely understand the decision made. It's already been a long day, so and just getting people rushed in. So we went ahead and moved down a couple of tables. We got Dale Hall back on stream once again. The man cannot stay away, playing this absolutely lovely energy deck here. Meanwhile, he's playing against Brenton Ehrman, who is on an Epic Storm build, which it's going to be an interesting matchup. We see Dale here already kind of doing the energy thing. And Brenton just needs one good, strong turn, and he'll just storm off.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Brenton's deck has a ton of interaction for creatures, game one, at least. So it looks like this game is just going to be a race.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to see both players just trying to get there as quickly as possible. We're going to see Dale just doing what energy does best and generating creatures, creating energy, and trying to get there before Brenton can assemble the combo kill. So we'll see. It's an interesting game one when it's just two ships passing in the night.
Yeah. I'm wondering. I'm thinking probably game one. Obviously, there's going to be a lot dependent on, just like Brenton very well can just have all the pieces he needs and just goes off, right? But assuming he doesn't do that, I think Dale actually is in a pretty good position just across most of the game, because he can just keep beating down. He doesn't need to dig for a whole lot of pieces, especially in this matchup where Brendan doesn't have a lot of that interaction and removal. He can Dale just has to do his thing. Now going into games 2, maybe games 3, that might be different. Again, though, Brendan very well can just have all the pieces he needs and go off. And I'm sure that's, looking at this current board state, I think it's like turn 2, turn 3. I'm sure that's what Brenton's hoping for, is just that he can just find all of his pieces right now. Because the longer he takes to find those pieces, the faster this game will just slip away from him.
Exactly. And in looking at the rest of Dale's hand, it looks like he's pretty land heavy. It looks like he's got a couple more lands in hand. I would think that some of the more important cards that he could find right now are things like a Johnny, Bombardment.
Yeah.
The cards that really impact the board quickly and just really, really help that clock. And it looks like right now we have a Bombardier in hand. So it's hopefully what Dale's likely looking to help, to really, really turn up the clock next game. And it looks like we're actually, I don't know. Looks like life totals are correct. So
yeah, they appear to be. Yep, there's a dark ritual. As soon as we see a storm counter come up, though, I think that's when we know it's. Alright, so he's gonna Thoughtseize.
All right,
so that should be the storm
is
count.
2.
All right.
All right, yep, and 4 more lands in hand. So, know the coast is clear. Storm is 3. 5 black mana floating.
Yep. LED. Yeah, see, and then this is, kind of what I was talking about with these storm decks. If you just assembled all the pieces right there, yep, there's Infernal Tutor.
Crack the LED with the tutor on the stack. Likely? I guess we haven't done that yet. Looked like maybe we were doing that.
Yeah.
But I think we're still double checking Storm.
Or I think he's counting mana.
Okay.
I think they're tracking how much mana he has after everything kind of is starting to resolve. Because it could very well matter.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously the mana count is going to matter, but I think that the mana type is also going to be relevant here, because he might be looking for. I guess it also just kind of depends on what he's wanting to tutor for. I am too smooth brained to be able to play Storm. I've said that every time I've been in the booth here, and there's a Storm. Oh goodness.
So I think what I'm counting here is we have cast 2 Dark Writs and a Thoughtseize and an Infernal Tutor. So we should have 3 black mana floating. 6 minus 3.
Yes.
3 black mana still floating. And then we should be able to Infernal Tutor for anything in our deck. Now, I'm not sure if the line here would be to go for Adnos or if we'd really just want to go. I don't know that that's enough, right? What's our storm count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could tendrils for 12, which isn't enough, right?
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm also not the best storm player here, but we're all learning.
All right. So he might be. Yeah. Again, this is where I'm not a storm player. I can understand what the storm player is doing most of the time as they're doing it, but I couldn't put the lines together myself.
Past in Flames. Okay. I was wondering about Past in Flames because now Past in Flames
do a bunch of Dark Writs, kind of spin it again, build up that storm count.
Build up the storm count, cast some Brainstorms, cast a Ponder, then try to find tendrils that way.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking the line might be, but again, I'm just not the guy to play Storm.
We can just Infernal Tutor for tendrils once Storm is high enough, and it looks like that might be what we're doing now. Yep.
All right, so Storm count should be in. I am guessing that Storm count is enough here.
Storm count equals enough.
Yeah.
On to game 2.
Okay.
No, I think we had cast 5 spells. We cast Past in Flames is 6, 2 Dark Writs is 7, 8, and then Infernal Tutor is 9, Tendrils is 10. So as long as we just cast another spell in there.
Yeah.
Any spell that was in the graveyard, we got up to 11, which is what we needed it to be to.
Yeah, and they scooped it up. I think everyone there seems pretty confident storm count was high enough. Because I'm sure we probably could have missed something in that whole nonsense that Storm does. And say sideboarding for Breton. I assume these abrupt decays might be coming in. That seems to be. I mean, anything else? Like he's got the burning wishes for most of the rest of his sideboard is a lot of those secondary lines on pieces. He's got like the Empty the Warrens, the Grape Shot, the copy of Tendrils. Most of his sideboard is kind of that wish board thing, but I think these abrupt decays probably come in here just as kind of curb that early threats if he can't find it. Maybe Massacre, but again, that could also just be a wish board option if he wants it there. Dale, Deafening Silence comes in. I think Stony Silence might come in here too. Lion's Eye Diamond is a mana ability. It doesn't activate as a mana. Lion's Eye Diamond's a weird card. But maybe Disruptor Flute comes in.
Yeah, I could see Disruptor Flute coming in. I could see Deafening Silence coming in for sure. I think that card is going to be really important here. I don't know if Fairy and Surgical are good enough here. I mean, Past in Flames is a huge part of Brenton's game plan.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can tag something integral, that's would be pretty important. But it's also, I feel like, very hard to do that. However, it might be necessary based off of how Dale's feeling this matchup is for him. I think even in Modern, with this similar energy deck, the Storm matchup is very tough.
Yeah.
Like the Storm matchup is one of its worst matchups, and so I can't imagine that in Legacy it's much different. So that graveyard interaction is not the best, but there's so little interaction in the deck. I mean, Dale might just be on the we will go as fast as we can and hope for the best. Hope it takes a long time for Brenton to kind of assemble what he's trying to do. I do think the flutes are very strong, and I think that the deafening silences are strong, but otherwise it's
the fortunate thing at least is I think there's some cards like Dale can very easily cut, the swords to plowshares. Probably cut the static prism. It doesn't seem very likely to me that Brenton would, drop like an LED. It's not like he couldn't just let it sit for a moment, just to kind of get it out of his hand if he needs to go to like clean up or something. But those types of plays, if the Storm player is already kind of in that position, they're just playing it to get it out of their hand. That's probably a good sign for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's probably going to be some easy cuts. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tough matchup either way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, turn 1 Ocelot Pride. There.
It's here. The best kitty cat is here.
Yeah, card is insanely good. Again, even in Legacy, I mean, we saw Dale absolutely crush it earlier. But yeah, I think it's just that Storm can just go so much faster. That said, though, I mean, if Dale can draw this game out, especially like with the Ocelot Pride being able to gain life, because that was very clearly a concern for Brenton in that last game was, that extra couple points of life, that extra couple of Storm count, really pushed it, really mattered there. So maybe if Dale can just keep his life total high enough, Brenton might have to work extra hard. That might be just buy enough time to get all these big scary tiny creatures.
Yeah, right. And I think I saw a couple Cabal therapies in Dale's hand.
Okay.
So if it seemed like more important to deploy a threat turn 1, but if Dale is able to get this pride rolling and then able to shred Brenton's hand a little bit, maybe it's enough to put enough pressure on and slow Brenton down enough to get there. So we'll see.
Yeah, and we saw, he's got that Cabal therapy. He can swing, gain the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just gonna Cabal therapy. I wonder what he's going to name. I think naming off of Cabal therapy in the blind is such a. It's such hard decision making, because do you want to name, potentially the card that you really want to hit that you don't want them to oof.
Brainstorm.
I think, oh man, if I'm Dale here, the temptation to just sack that pride, flashback Cabal therapy, and just hit Brainstorm right here.
And depending on what else is in Dale's hand,
he might not even have to do that.
He might be considering that, right?
Yeah.
Because if he has another threat.
Yeah, there's and that is one of the nice things about this energy deck is it's got so many just potent creatures just on the ready, and each one just escalates the next threat.
Mm-hmm.
Wasteland. Is he gonna do? I think I don't know, man. I think if it's me, Ocelot Pride's good, but man, hitting those brainstorms.
Looks like we have maybe 2 surgicals. Is that what that card is in hand?
It might be. Could be though. Or it could be Thoughtseize. You know, he's only got the one Thoughtseize. It's either gonna be surgical, I think, or Thoughtseize on that.
That art. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's not gonna do it.
I think, yeah, I think your decision is made if you're.
Okay, so those are surgicals.
Mm-hmm. So you have therapy, 2 surgicals, and a bombardier as the choices here.
I think it's therapy. Because there's nothing really, yeah, there's nothing real scary in the graveyard right now. Like, for Dale to, try to surgical. Like, Ponder would suck, Thoughtseize would suck, but they're not like cards you have to, surgical immediately or anything like that. It's not like a Past in Flames or even like Dark Grid, I think, is worth surgicaling. But
These surgicals do make this brainstorm really awkward, though.
Yeah.
Because if he fires off a brainstorm, Dale can surgical it to catch the other brainstorm to pull that out. Just limiting card availability and card filtering is so important. So that could be an option. It looks like we might be sacking this cat to flashback Cabal Therapy here.
yeah. Force him to brainstorm now on basically your own terms, and then still get to hit the other brainstorm. Oh, did he just draw?
Looks like brainstorm push, maybe?
This has got to be a rough one for, because even if he, because if he puts the, the brainstorms, I think he's gonna surgical brainstorm regard. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. With the Cabal still on the stack.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. He put both of those brainstorms on top, which I think is I mean, the right call, but
That was, yeah, I mean, the surgicals made it so awkward.
yeah.
Made it so awkward.
Yeah, and then he's not worried about Lotus Petal. He just gets that abrupt decay out of the way. Oh man. And then he can still just wasteland that Bayou if he wants to. Yeah, Brent. I mean, again, the thing with Storm is it can just win out of nowhere. But I feel like Dale's feeling a lot better about this game than he was the last one.
Yeah, I mean the pride is good. It's still at this point not maybe as much of a clock as he would want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we did have to sack the cat. We're very far away from the city's blessing. So these little kitty cats will get there eventually, but we got a ways to go first before we clock Brenton out of this game.
I am curious about so Dale's kind enough to kind of have his hand open there, revealing the cards that have been seen by Brenton. I'm dying to know what that unknown card is. Oh yeah, these surveillance have got to be awkward knowing that Dale's got that other surgical in hand too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's in the back of Brenton's mind.
That answers that question.
It certainly helps with the clock as well.
Yeah. Right. Another Cabal Therapy. Not as important as a Cabal Therapy though. Yeah, just swing in with everything. I don't know. You can still make an argument just to run it out, see what's there, and if there is a threat, you can flash back and deal with it that way.
Hmm. In this situation, I'm wondering if Dale feels has given any consideration to surgicaling the ponders while the cabal ritual or the cabal therapy's on the stack.
I was gonna sack the orc army, which I guess doesn't really matter in regards to size. Yeah.
I mean, not that it's a super potent card in the matchup, but it just, again, limiting card selection.
Yeah.
And also obtaining more information so you don't have to sack the creature.
I don't hate that line.
Completely understand that it feels maybe risky, right?
Well, it looks like Dale just drew that deafening silence. So actually, you know what? Hang on, I'm gonna look at Brenton's list real quick. So Abrupt Decay destroys deafening silence. I'm wondering if there's the thought process. Dale might not know exactly how many Abrupt Decays are in the deck. But, you could Surgical Abrupt Decay, keep that deafening silence safe.
And I would think this is the turn of the game where Dale would want to fire off that wasteland.
Yeah.
I think at this point, the Bombardier ship has likely sailed and really just reducing resources that Breton has to work with seems like a line that he could easily take here.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to Surgical something. It doesn't matter what it is.
All right, and Brenton scoops them up, so they'll go into game number 3. So you definitely saw some good sideboard cards come in on Dale's side. We saw the Surgicals. We saw the deafening silence, kind of what we talked about in terms of our expectations of really trying to disrupt as much as possible and really just, I mean, he was able to find more Cabal therapies.
Yeah, hitting all of those Cabal therapies. I mean, he hit what, 3 2, we'll say 2.5 Cabal therapies, because one of them did get thought seized. Sure. We had 2.5 Cabal therapies. Is a lot of Cabal therapies. A lot of information, a lot of just absolutely insane disruption. Yeah, with Ocelot Pride.
Just chugging away.
Disgusting combination of Magic the Gathering cards. I mean, yeah, he's 3-1 right now. They're going into game 3. It's something to be said about it. He will be on the draw though, going into game 3, which very, very relevant here. That's effectively one extra turn that Brenton has to be able to storm off, which, I mean, he could do it turn 2 potentially.
Mm-hmm.
At least I assume. I've seen Storm go off super early before. I assume Brenton has the cards and the knowledge to be able to do it on turn 2 if he finds the line. I just generally assume Storm players know what they're doing.
More than I do.
Yeah, at the very least, right? At the very least. I've looked into Storm so many times. I had an opportunity to pick up the only things I would need to get to be able to own the cards for Storm is 2 more LEDs, and I had an opportunity to pick up a couple of them maybe a year or so ago. I think they were asking like 300 each, so 600 to fill out those. And I thought about it, and it's like the only thing I'm gonna do with them is play Storm. And if I do that, I have to learn how to play Storm, or just like what's the point?
Exactly. Not only a financial barrier to entry, but also just
the amount of brain power I would have to devote to that. The finances, I can justify that. The amount of time learning the deck, I've spent enough time learning Delver, which has its own set of hang-ups and intricacies. Like, and that's not even, I think, a relatively hard deck to play. Like, again, all decks have their own things, but especially compared to something like Storm.
Yeah, I'm so into linear game plans. I gotta say, if this is me, as tough as this matchup is on the Mardu energy side, that is the deck in this pairing that I would rather play.
Every day?
It's just, your game plan you do have, choices that matter, right?
Yeah.
But in having so much more of a linear game plan, you're really able to not spend time making 27 million micro decisions. By the time I get to the end of a long tournament, if I have to make that many micro decisions, my brain wants to explode. So I admire people who can do it.
Yeah,
I think that is such a cool skill to have. But
all right, so we see a duress hitting a surgical extraction, which is probably, I mean, the only legal target for the duress. But I'm sure Brenton is not upset that is his only target, that surgicals kind of beat him up.
yeah, it looks like Dale's going to fetch here and likely put a Guide of Souls into play.
Yeah. Is that a Fairy Macabre there? Kind
I
of in the
believe
middle?
so.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, so Dale brought in a lot of graveyard interaction against Brenton's deck, which makes sense, right? No hard graveyard interaction, but both the surgicals and the fairies came in, and having a surgical and a fairy in his opener definitely at least gives him more interaction into the face of a duress, for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, otherwise, looking at the rest of the hand, I mean, it's a little bit clunky, especially having that shadowy backstreet or shadowy whatever the black white surveil land, whatever. I think that's what it's called.
It is, yep.
Yeah, basically having to play that from hand, kind of being behind that one turn with a handful of 2-drops like that is a little awkward. But yeah, I might as well just go ahead and get that Guide of Souls out here. Hopefully he finds the second. That looked like a white border card, which means it's probably a land. If it's a scrub land, I'm sure he's feeling really good right now. If it's not, it's still not the worst, but.
And we see here Brenton resolving this brainstorm before the Bowmaster has a chance to come down. After the last round, we went out and talked to Tony about his unfortunate Bowmasters last round we watched on stream.
It was rough to watch.
Brainstorm into Bowmaster. Unfortunate. And when you have to cast one when it's on board, you're not in good shape.
Yeah. Alright, Brenton's just thinking hard right now. Dale's just chilling.
Waiting patiently.
Yep. Again, kind of linear game plan. You're yeah, not that you don't have choices to make, but your choices relatively much easier. Like, I'm sure Dale's thinking, all right, I'm gonna play an Orcish Bowmasters next turn. Like, that's what he's gonna do. It might change depending on what he draws, might not.
Those go back on top of the deck. Perfect.
I'm sure he does not want those in the graveyard. Maybe he does want them in the graveyard. I don't know. With that Fairy Macabre, maybe he doesn't.
Who knows? Yeah.
Thoughtseize and
Okay.
oh, it's the plateau. All right, so hit the Fairy Macabre. Okay, so he is really worried about the graveyard hate.
Mm-hmm.
That to me makes me think Brenton might be trying to prep up for the storm turn like in the next like 2 or 3 turns. Kind of get that graveyard hate out of the way now. Okay.
All right. Guide Pride. That was a huge draw step.
Yeah, and every point of life that Dale gains just makes Brenton's job that much harder.
Mm-hmm. And even, I mean, as much as maybe he would have liked to see a deafening silence there as a white one drop
Yeah,
to draw
I'm
and
sure.
cast, Pride is probably the next best draw there.
Yeah.
Just really helps. The pressure helps so much, and really just making Brenton have to go off soon.
Yeah, so now next turn the question is, do we want to go in for the broadside bombardiers or set up with I think it's bombardiers personally. The next turn you play the bombardiers, swing in for a bunch, post damage, end of combat step, fling the cat token, do a couple extra points of damage, end a turn, get a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Do it again. Or maybe.
All right, so it looks like this might be a setup turn.
Yeah.
Where we Infernal Tutored for Cabal Therapy, or a Cabal Ritual, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, so he's going to try to do something, in the next, turn or two. Yep, there's that. Bombardiers. This can hit for a lot
This
here.
is going to be a big damage turn,
1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potentially. Or 9 or 10. I'm not good at math.
3, 4, 5. This is 7 pre-throwing anything.
Okay, so 9 because you do 2 damage with the bombardiers. Assuming he throws the cat.
Yep, and here we'll see him do just that.
Yeah, I that might have been explaining that because you have to do it with the boast. I believe you have to do it during combat, so you got to do it after damage during that end of that awkward end of combat
phase. Yeah, end of combat phase. Yeah.
One of about 3 cards that is a relevant interaction with in the entire game.
All right, I think this is Brenton's turn, so we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, this is the win or lose turn for Brenton, and if we're looking at that's going to be a storm count of 13 to get with tendrils, which is not impossible, but it's work.
It taxes the mana pretty aggressively, right?
Yeah, this is the Brenton wins here or Brenton loses here turn. I think that's he might be doing that math right now, trying to figure out.
All right, looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 spells in graveyard right now.
And we know Brenton's got 2 Cabal rituals. So Lotus Petal.
Storm count 1. Dale's got us. Although that D20 is tough to see from
up here.
From up here, and I'm sure at home.
All right. Let's see. Cabal Therapy. Or Cabal Ritual, sorry.
I did the same thing. We're so used to saying Cabal Therapy at this point.
Assume the other Cabal Therapy... Cabal Ritual. Back to back. Alright. Burning Wish. Alright.
Alright, so this... Interesting.
Okay, so he's going for the Massacre. Which I don't hate. I think that was probably the realization of there's just not enough storm count to kill him. Try to buy another turn. I don't know. He might still be. I think he's got one card left in hand. Oh, okay. He's still live. He's still live here. I think. Oh, the amount of thinking involved. Is this a Past in Flames, maybe?
One thing I can tell you is if we're watching Storm play again, we'll have to work on the dice so we can see what's going on.
Yeah.
It is hard to see both the mana and the storm count dice that the players are tracking. So yes, it is the Past in Flames. So we cracked the pedal to pay for it. Still have two, it looks like 2 black mana floating from these Cabal Rituals. So we'll cast them all.
Looks like storm count might be 8, 9. If I'm...
Looks like 10 to me now, maybe.
Yeah. It is very, very close. Is it enough? I guess I don't know, it's not even a fortunate position. Like if Brenton can't do it here, he doesn't lose next turn, but he's burned through so many resources.
Of note, he can also recast Massacre and kill the Pride, right?
No, he would have to pay because it's the flashback cost.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you have to pay the 4 mana
cost. Okay.
Yeah. He's got to be like right there on the cusp of doing it too. I think that was the like exactly enough to do it. All right, we are back for our last round of Swiss here at Buffalo Chicken Dip number 21 in Columbus. We got Ryan Hayes back on stream playing on the right with Izzet Delver. On the left, we got Claire Bigelow playing the Nadu Cradle combo deck. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure, I think. I don't know, this Nadu Cradle deck can just put out some big scary things real fast. So, in my experience, Delver does not fight well into an Atraxa. So I don't know. I do really like the Nadu deck, like the Cradle combo deck. I think so for those of you who aren't aware, Buffalo Chicken Dip is a like full proxy tournament, but I think if guys cradles weren't so expensive, it's definitely a deck I think I would want to own fully in paper. It's so cool.
It is really neat, and honestly, these Cradle decks are so powerful,
Mm-hmm.
and they can I feel like they can come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So really interested. It looks like we have a one of Leovold in the main as well.
Yes.
Which is super interesting.
It's if it comes out, like, I think we'll be very, very good in this matchup too. Because it's only, Leovold's only 3 mana. Looking at like Green Sun Zenith, Court of Callings, it's not that hard to get to that much mana. Like especially like Green Sun Zenith, you're looking at 4 mana. Natural Order, you're only looking at 4 mana. Like that could easily be done like turn 2, turn 3. Leovold will just hose Delver so hard.
Oh yeah.
Bolt the bird, as they say.
I've heard that's the #1 rule.
Yes, that does tend to be, especially in this matchup.
Bolt the elf, bolt the bird.
Yep. That is an Allosaurus Shepherd. Very annoying card, I'm sure, for Ryan to deal with here. It's
makes all green spells uncounterable.
Yeah, that's. Yep. All right. Yeah. We're gonna.
In looking at the deck right here, it looks like we might have a deck reg error. So I'm gonna step out to speak with the judge really quickly. And so we might have to stop the match to do so.
Yeah, we've got some Allosaurus Shepherds that do not appear to be on the deck list, which might be awkward. In the meantime, I think we are going to go ahead and just keep things going as they are.
All right, we are back. So news for everyone watching. So it's actually not a deck reg error. There was a software issue in the software that we're using for the tournament. So not all of Claire's cards were registered in his deck. And so we don't necessarily have access to, we're missing 4 cards from the main deck, 3 cards from the sideboard. The reason we stopped was because Allosaurus Shepherd is not on the deck list. So talked to the judge confirmed he's aware and everything's okay. They've seen the full list and they verified the deck.
All right.
So we're good to go to resume. It looks like there's a lot since we left off. There's a lot of creatures in play over here.
Yeah, I kind of had it muted just to make sure it wasn't anything we needed to do. But yeah, for what it's worth, the Nadu deck does appear to be doing the Nadu thing. It's one of the things. It's called Nadu Cradle. It does make use of Nadu's ability to fake draw a bunch of cards, but it is it's basically just an elf deck, right? Like it's big mana, big creature. Some of my favorite cards right there on Ryan's side. That Dragon's Rage Channeler and that Corey Steelcutter.
Oh yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do you facing down the Allosaurus Shepherd, though. I did see a Force of Will in Ryan's hand, so
Yeah.
can't really leverage that very well in the current situation.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, like going into say games 2, games 3 potentially, uh, how much Ryan might want to actually cut a couple of those like Force of Wills and stuff, knowing you're going into obviously you can we can bolt the Allosaurus Shepherd, you can play removal into it, but there is that kind of conversation like, is it worth running all of it if there's a good chance a lot of it's just going to get blanked by some elf, especially when.
All right, so it looks like what's happening here is while Ryan knows he can't counter the Nadu, that the Nadu is uncounterable because of the Shepherd. We cast a Daze, and then we cast a Force of Will, and we cast those to get our DRC triggers, and then we also cast those to get our second Monk for our Cutter.
Yeah, just trying to put some dudes on the board. Because Dragon's Rage Channeler does hold a Core Steel Cutter decently, especially if we're looking into having to attack. I think Delirium appears to be live. I see land creature instant or
Sorcery.
Okay, there it is.
Ponder.
That works.
Ponder from hand will make it Delirium. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, putting that Core Steel Cutter on there, like Claire's probably just gonna have to let that through, assuming we get that second land or third land to equip. It's two to equip, I believe, right? Yeah. Or we're just going to look more cards.
If I know Ryan, he likes to look at cards.
Yeah.
Likes to cast ponders and brainstorms.
I was like, if you enjoy looking at your cards, Delver is like the perfect deck. You will see all of your cards.
All right. So this is Prowess is 2.
Yes.
So these are 2 3/3s attacking and a 2/2 attacking.
So it's a lot of damage if it all goes through, and
it makes sense that would want to trade. I think Ryan has a choice now if he wants to bolt Nadu in response, or if he's bolting the Shepherd. Hard to tell for right now, but I imagine it's got to be one of those two targets.
Yeah. Because especially, I feel like Claire just lets the Dragon's Rage Channeler through, right? Like there's no reason to block it in case something like that happens. Or maybe he did block it.
I think he declared a blocker of Nadu.
Okay, so
it looks like
did he bolt the?
We bolted the Oof
to save the monk.
To save the monk, and the monk has trample, so all that damage still went through.
Okay. I don't hate that plan.
Because now he couldn't equip the Cutter with the Oof in play anyway.
Yeah, I as soon as the Oof got moved over for blocking, I did realize that. I think the Oof came down while we were figuring out the deck list thing, and it just missed in the chaos.
Too much chaos.
Yeah. Alright, second to Sylvan's Safekeeper for some Nadu triggers. It's a Court of Calling and another Allosaurus Shepherd. I'm sure Ryan is happy to not see more lands hit the table.
Absolutely. At this point, what do we have in hand?
Are
we tapping our creatures?
I think he floated the mana.
He floated
the mana before sacking the lands, or that appears to be the what was communicated on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would have been enough mana doing it that way.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and this is where the Nadu Cradle deck really gets to just go crazy.
There it is. There's the Cradle.
Yeah. So Cradle's for 5 right now. 5, 6, 7 mana. Just mana that's on board right now.
All right, fetching down to 3.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to stabilize here, then there's no reason to be
Concerned about life
yeah.
total. Although 3 is bolt range of note.
3 is in bolt range. Yep, get Atraxa. Kind of makes sense here. But, I mean, if we see, I mean, if we see Ryan just pull a bolt off the top, you know, that might just do it.
I know he saw a couple with all of the Ponder brainstorms he was doing, but I don't know if he. That must be the other one of we don't have on the deck list.
I might go ask just for clarification on what that card was, just so we can
know for the future what the win con is.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
I'm gonna go find out real quick while they're sideboarding.
All right, so looking at some sideboards here, Claire has 2 Consign, 1 Endurance, 2 Fairy Macabre, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Prismatic Ending, 2 Swords, and an Uro.
It was the fancy Craterhoof Behemoth from Dragonstorm.
Oh, how nice.
Yep.
Beautiful. And then there's also of note, I just read off Claire's sideboard. Of note, we're missing 3 cards in the sideboard, so we don't necessarily know what those 3 are. Mystery cards. Of the cards we do know, I imagine we're going to see Endurance come in.
Yeah, Endurance, Prismatic, and Swords both seem very easy. You know, bring-ins just to Delver notoriously small number of creatures. You know, hit a Murktide with the swords, hit a Quarry Steel Cutter with the Prismatic Ending, and you know, just kind of extra lines there. Yeah, the missing sideboard cards could be coming in, and if we see cards we don't see, then
then we'll know.
Yeah. On Ryan's side, this is a hard matchup to sideboard into. Grafdigger's Cage, I think has to come in here.
I think the Grafdiggers definitely come in here.
You can make an argument for Jace. It's not. I don't think it's great here. Just in terms of thinking about, you know, if you desperately need to, like, you know, bounce something back, especially if they go for like a big Court of Calling or something, you know, one of those big mana things. If they invest everything and they can't do anything after that, they're, you know, desperately relying on, say, like an Atraxa sticking. Obviously, they get to draw a bunch of cards off of it, but buying yourself that one extra turn to get in a few more points of damage. I don't think it's great here. I think Grafdigger's is the only one that really, like, maybe Consign to Memory.
I was thinking more that it's Pyroblast, I think, comes in.
Yeah.
To hit Nadu, to hit a Resolved Atraxa. Not that you necessarily want to be hitting one, but
No.
if you have to, you can. You have that option. I don't know if he would bring in all the Pyroblasts. I could see him maybe bringing in 1 to 2.
Yeah.
And then I think this is also maybe a nice Mystic Sanctuary matchup. I think the ability to rebuy your cards, especially because you're not really playing against a deck that interacts with your lands very much. So the chance you're going to get to four mana is
yeah,
higher.
It's not very.
So I think there is a decent chance we see Mystic Sanctuary in this matchup as well.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Ryan started with a bobble, likely bobbled himself, and then fetched. Did not like what he saw.
And there's the Grafdigger's
And there's the cage.
Good start for Ryan here into Allosaurus Shepherd. So that said, I mean that even if that's the thing with like the Cradle deck is it can put a lot of stuff out quick, but not being able to do your Green Sun Zeniths or your Corda Callings slows down the deck pretty substantially, I think.
Yeah, and then I mean if you're left with 1/1s and 1/2s that tap for mana, it isn't necessarily nearly as scary.
No.
All right, so Bolt will deal with that Allosaurus. Ooh, I see the Leovold in Claire's hand.
The Sylvan Safekeeper?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always find the Safekeeper interaction early game so interesting because you can try to burn it and then you can see if they want to let it go or they want to Stone Rain themselves. And I find that choice to be a really interesting one in a lot of games.
Yeah, how highly do you value your the ability to protect your pieces later? Get that Brainstorm before the Leovold comes down. I do see a Wasteland in hand.
See a Wasteland, see a Force. So may be able to, especially since we got the Allosaurus Shepherd off the battlefield, may be able to counter that Leo before it comes down.
Yeah, there's that Craterhoof Behemoth in Claire's hand. Yeah, I had no idea what that card was.
Not exactly where you want it to be on turn 2.
No.
But there's a Grafdigger's Cage in play. So if you do find a Cradle and you're able to cast it, you don't have to tutor for it. I think if I'm in Ryan's position here, I'm just desperately trying to find a threat.
The Nantuko, the thing that was played in Modern. I'm gonna.
Springheart Nantuko.
That's the one.
Yep. So it's an enchantment creature. You can bestow it for 2, 1 and a green. It gives the enchanted creature +1/+1, and it has landfall. You can pay 2 mana, 1 and a green, to make a copy of the enchanted creature. Or if you choose not to do that, you make a 1/1 insect. So insane with Nadu.
Stock up.
But yeah, Springheart, a very integral part of comboing off with Nadu.
Yeah, just making more dudes that you can target that make dudes when the lands enter off of the Nadu that make dudes.
Making people.
Yep. It's quite egregious.
Cedric Phillips had a fantastic, there was a song about that was inspired by some of his commentary. So shout out to that. That song runs through my head every time I see a Nantuko.
Right, so of note, at the moment, there is not labeled mana. It's not to say we're not about to see the Lay of Old Mana come down right here. No, there's Nadu mana though.
And that is the quickest force of Will of Ryan's life, I think, at that point.
Oh, yeah. And it looked like he left whatever he surveilled on top, so he's probably very happy to see it.
Flicking his volcanic everywhere. All right, and I imagine we are delirious.
I believe so. All right, looks like he played a stock up. Now I'm wondering if he's that wasteland's got to be like burning a hole in his pocket.
Yeah, the temptation to take clear off blue mana has to be so strong here.
Yeah, and he is gonna do it.
Yeah.
Which, again, I mean, he doesn't. I don't believe he has any direct way of knowing that he's got that Lay of Hold in hand. But you know, oof, not a great one for Claire here.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that Safekeeper protects that Dried Arbor a little bit, right? But also it's still just a land drop. Although at this point I think Claire's happy to make any land drops.
Yeah. Yeah, Claire's super pinched on mana right now, and especially with that Grafdigger's, I guess. Oof.
So this is important because this is Delirium.
Yeah.
And I know that Ryan really wanted to keep that card, you could tell, but
It's like Pyro Darcy Delver.
So it looks like at least 2 Pyroblasts were brought in, as we were talking about that. I don't know if we brought in all 3, but definitely brought those in, which makes sense, right? They hit the most important cards in the matchup.
Yeah. Crack Bauble.
And at this point, Ryan is firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and there's a Green Sun Zenith off the, looked like it came off the top there, which is gonna do nothing. Yeah, Lay of Old, Crater Hoof, Green Sun Zenith, Nadu is Claire's hand, is nothing.
Getting aggressive. Attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not nothing, that's for sure.
No, but if Claire doesn't draw something soon, like Ryan just wins on the clock. Like, you know, I mean, that's. Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out that this is Claire's do or die turn.
We drew a Cradle. Oh.
Is the Cradle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana off of Cradle, 6, 7, 8? That would be enough to Crater, wouldn't it?
It is, but it would surprise me if it resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just gonna
and he
scoop
just
it.
packs it up, and we'll go to game number 3.
All right. Wonder. I can't help but sit here wondering. Like I said, we've got the 3 cards that just didn't get copied over into the Mox field for for Claire's deck list here, and I can't help but wonder, if those 3 sideboard cards and like how relevant they are right now.
I think if I'm Claire, if I didn't bring in these Force of Vigors,
Yeah, I might be thinking about it now.
it wouldn't surprise me if he's thinking about it now. Just to get rid of those Grafdiggers, a hits cutter.
Yeah.
It has some relevant hits in the deck, and I mean it's so hard to bring in a card that only has a couple targets, right? Like that's such a hard sideboarding decision to make.
But especially like that decision making here, like that turn 1 Grafdigger's Cage effectively was what won Ryan the game there. Right?
100%. Yeah, there was so many cards that Claire just could not cast in hand.
Yeah, like especially like that Green Sun Zenith being a completely dead draw. Like if say any of the other cards happened to have been like that Force of Vigor, and he still had that green, he could force and then Green Sun into a better answer and start doing his thing. Not doable. Only having a couple of targets for the Force of Vigors. But you got to respect the Grafdigger's Cage. I wouldn't be surprised if they had come in the first place. Just because, Grafdiggers it's one of those like known entity cards. It's very common in these sort of like tempo decks. As that answer. So I wouldn't be necessarily super surprised if they'd come in the first place. But yeah, especially after that game, I think they're coming in this game for sure.
Yeah. Think about even just being able to Green Sun for a Delighted Halfling.
Yeah.
Allow you to cast your Nadu, allow you to cast your Leo. Just being able to uncounterably cast your legendary creatures in your hand would be so powerful. Yeah. So, well, it's exciting for us because we get a game number 3.
Yeah, I think we've mostly had 3 games on. I think we had one that was two games.
It was when Ryan was on stream earlier and got 2-0'd. That's what happened. That's his one
redemption.
loss was on stream. This is his redemption match. So we'll see if he can keep the Cradle deck under control or if Claire can run him over again this game.
I guess we are about to find out. Man. Yeah, we've got. This will be our last game of Swiss. Then after this, we're going to be going into the top 8. And I know at least 4 of those spots are locked up. I know some people have issues with intentional draws and kind of not playing their way through all 6 rounds. But the way I see it is it is kind of like a loophole exploitation in the way the system is made. But when you're talking about like competitive top level kind of Magic, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If the system is made that way, I think you should be able to use anything within the system's rules to your advantage. And I being able to take a couple rounds off and take a nap before having to play potentially 3 more rounds. I would love to be able to do that in big tournaments.
I have such a hard time with stamina for big tournaments, man. Playing some of these regional championships that are just 9 rounds day 1, and then it's just so brutal. And what I would give to be able to take a 2-hour nap in the middle of those tournaments.
So no, I am all in favor of the system being as it is.
Yeah, I think, and for the most part, I mean, especially in this size event, you really you have to 4-0 to double draw, right? So you have to come out of the gate really strong, and that's just kind of the way it is. That's what's accepted to be. How it is. And looking at Oh goodness. Looking at Claire's hand, yep, I think we're shipping it. The only land I saw in
Was
that
the
hand
Cradle?
was the Cradle.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, such a brutal one. Any one land in that hand is,
Was gas.
oh, for sure.
But it was
Yeah.
Cradle. It was the one land that didn't do anything.
All right.
Even like a Dryad Arbor, I think I would have preferred over that because assuming the Dryad Arbor lives, right? At least you can tap it for mana the next turn, which you cannot guarantee to say about a one land hand with if your only land is Gaia's Cradle.
That's right.
I mean, I wouldn't have kept a one lander with Dryad Arbor to begin with, but if I have to keep a one lander with Cradle or one lander with Dryad Arbor is absolutely the safer pick.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's got to be. Well, at least they're both on a mulligan, so makes it a little bit less painful. All right. Looks like this 6 has a forest and a Cradle.
And a birds, maybe that's what's going on over there.
Oh, are we on 5?
Oh.
I must have missed. Maybe looks like both
We're both
players
down to
are on 5.
Oh man.
We're talking and we missed a mulligan somewhere. So
Yeah, I mean, I assume both players are not cheating themselves on that. So
absolutely. And all right, so we'll see the Delver come down. See the bird survive a turn, so we'll see what Claire can do with that.
Claire's hand otherwise not looking super interesting. I mean, there's the natural order.
The Nomad.
Yeah. Uro. Oh, that Allosaur
He
Shepherd's...
did not have to reveal that. So Uro says draw a card.
Yeah.
You may put a land into play. So I think Ryan's was a little confused because Claire chose to reveal the Allosaurus Shepherd.
Yeah.
Which is a good one to know about.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that was and it may not make that much of a difference in the how the game turns out. But yeah, Ryan's probably not super thrilled about that Allosaur Shepherd.
I think at this point now, Ryan has to think about what could be the worst thing.
Grafdigger's Cage is
that
really
is
great here.
Yes, we did of note miss a land drop.
I need to look at Nadu.
All right, we have our Nomad in hand. So I think we're going to be in the business of really trying to figure out how to get this Nadu off the table. Very scary. All right, looks like
Easy shuffle.
Ryan.
Or no, he drew the land. Okay,
yeah,
okay, I didn't see that land.
Fetched immediately.
Trying to think. He might. So Delver's not attacking, I don't think. I'm
Now, of note, Nomad can still be countered.
Yeah, because it is
natural.
White.
Yeah.
Natural order is not going to do anything.
Natural order is turned off by the Grafdigger, so.
I'm wondering if maybe he realized that there's a Grafdigger's...
I think it took a moment, and then I think we realized that natural order is not on. Yeah, so it looks like that's going to get Force of Willed. We're going to bin an island.
Yeah, so unless Claire draws something, I mean, there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out what that other card in Claire's hand is.
All right, that's a good one here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if Claire doesn't. Okay, that's probably fine, to be completely honest. Coming in for 6. 6, yeah.
Just 4.
4, yeah. Well, I can't imagine Claire's going to want to trade the Allosaurus Shepherd, so might as well get in for that point. So.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, if that other green card in Claire's hand is the Force of Vigor, which it might be because I can't make it out.
It could be. I'm wondering what other cards it might be. It could be. Could be a second. Okay, it is. It is Force of Vigor.
Its natural order is online now and cannot be countered of note unless there's interaction for the Allosaurus Shepherd and then a counter. And I don't know how many cards in hand Ryan has. It looks like maybe one.
I think it's just one. It might be 2. Yeah, I think it's.
So this might be an Atraxa.
Yeah, that would be my concern. Because yeah, it's either gonna be natural order. I figure Atraxa is the call. Yeah, because there's no real reason to go get like Craterhoof here.
It's not lethal.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think he was thinking about maybe grabbing Nadu, but Atraxa is such a hard card for Delver to beat.
Yeah, I don't know what the last card in Ryan's hand is, but I'm sure at this point he's hoping it's some sort of cantrip or something that can help him find a Pyroblast to deal with this Atraxa.
Oh yeah. Not a particularly great Atraxa, but like I don't know. You get Green Sun and Cord. Like it's an Atraxa like draw that's not doing a whole lot this turn, but it doesn't need to because Atraxa is just gonna wall Ryan completely out.
I'm a little surprised we're not taking the Endurance here. But maybe we're just gonna go get Nadu and go off with Nomad next turn. So
yeah, you could
as a backup plan in case the Atraxa is dealt with.
Yeah. Play Nomads. Could. You know, I was just kind of thinking about this is that I guess it only affects your elves, but Allosaurus Shepherd can also do a mini Craterhoof impression if you've got enough elves on the board. Okay, yeah.
All right, and yep, Ryan packs it up and Claire takes it down. So it looks like Claire is going to likely make our top 8. I believe this was a win and in. It was very close. I know they were bubbled. So we're going to have to see how some of the other matches shake out.
All right, we are here for the first round of the top 8 here at Buffalo Chicken Dip number 21. The match that was inevitable. We've got Carrie Banyas on Oops All Spells and John Hada on Oops All Spells.
Yes, so we never fear. We have our our 2-7 match on standby to hop on over to our feature match area should this one be as quick as it might appear to be based off the fact we have an Oops mirror here. So exciting. We haven't seen Oops all day, so it's exciting. It's exciting to see it in the feature match area, although perhaps maybe not necessarily as a mirror.
You know, I was talking with Carrie, you know, in between rounds, we were getting all the top 8 stuff set up and, you know, the prizes paid out. And you know, I was joking. This matchup is inevitable, but I think it's ultimately for the best. If we're going to have this mirror on stream, we get it out of the way now. This would be, I feel like this would not be a fun, say, final match if they had been, you know, seeded in such a way that this mirror ended up happening in the finals. I feel like it would either go by way too quick, or we would be here for 6 hours, you know, at the end of the day when we're even more tired than we already are. You know, I think it's get it out of the way now. Yeah, notably, obviously, you guys. I can't see their deck list. Their main boards are built a little bit differently. You know, there's a lot of variants in the actual Oops All Spells list, but their sideboards are, you know, 2 very different sideboards. We've got Carrie kind of going into that more like creature heavy, you know, beat down sideboard package, where John is in more of that like switching full on into Charbelcher as like that second line of attack. So game 1, no idea who's gonna get this one, but I am very interested to see, you know, games 2, games 3, you know, how those start to shake out with, you know, we get these sideboard options kind of going in here. They have been given the go ahead to start whenever they are ready.
Yeah, it looks like John has taken a couple mulligans. So it looks like maybe contemplating keeping this one. Doesn't look necessarily too thrilled about it. But we'll see. We will see what the decision ends up being.
Trying to get a look at Carrie's hand here. Seeing
And of note, John is on the play as our first seed in our top 8, which is a huge advantage in this matchup, I'm sure. Carrie on the draw as our 8th seed.
Yeah, because the only real interaction, particularly, you know, games 1, either of these decks really pack in is like the Pact of Negations, and you probably don't want to be Pact of Negationing your opponent here.
All right, so it looks like we're starting off with a Once Upon a Time, which I love that card.
Yeah, I think especially in a game like this, we get in there.
Bogart Trawler.
Oh, that's the modal.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the front sides of these new cards, I can't remember what they are, but the back sides. That is into
a Cabal Therapy, I believe.
Yep, that is what that is. The good art. I don't know, both arts are good. The good border.
I've only been playing Magic for about 5 years now, but what I've learned about Magic players is everyone feels very strongly that the old art is always the best art. That's what I've learned so far.
I will say, personally, most of the time I do prefer a lot of the older arts. Sometimes new arts are really good. I'm a really big fan of like the new Craterhoof Behemoth art, for example. I think it looks like, you know, when you picture a Craterhoof Behemoth, you know, I think it encapsulates that card more than the weird toad-looking pig thing. Um, yeah.
And we are going to sideboarding. So, I'm not honestly quite sure what happened. I don't know. I know we had a Cabal Therapy on the stack. I know that John looked at Carrie's hand. I'm not sure if John then just scooped to Carrie based off of the hand we saw. Not sure if we yeah, so interesting end of the game, but going into sideboarding, I know Brian, you already mentioned the fact that the sideboards are drastically different for these two players.
Yeah.
So gonna find out how they choose to sideboard. Of note, John has a little bit more interaction in the sideboard going into the Charbelcher plan than Carrie does. Carrie's entire sideboard is the creature plan. Yeah. Although there are 2 Fairy Macabres, which could be
Okay, so it looks like I have a buddy out here who is playing today. I messaged him. It looks like Carrie won game 1. Yeah, we look away for one moment and they're already going to sideboards.
I know. The oops smear. So yeah, so what I'm assuming happened is John cast Cabal Therapy, looked at Carrie's hand, recognized that he was dead, and then just scooped.
Yeah, we got a commenter. Carrie had ritual, and ritual, that'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, pretty funny. But yeah, appreciate that update, chat.
Yeah, that like I said that, and you know, this sort of mirror. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't even have to be this mirror. Oops, all spells just goes. You know, it's one of those decks. Yeah, like I said, we look away for just a moment, get on a little side tangent.
Cannot get on tangents during the oops mirrors.
Apparently not.
We learned our lesson.
You know, I gotta say though, well, we're gonna have at least one more oops game next round, I think.
Yeah.
I will maybe not put them on camera. We'll see. We'll see who makes it into the next round. Try to put an interesting one up for next round.
I hope that we are not necessarily commentating the oops store matchup. I think both of our brains will explode.
Goodness. If the final round happens to be oops and storm, the only good thing about that is that we will be done quick. I hope. Or we're just going to sit here and watch them draw cards and do nothing for 20 minutes.
Now I have some experience playing against the older version of Oops. I played against Oops. I have not played relatively recently, so I haven't played against Oops with some of its upgrades it's gotten. But yeah, my understanding is this deck is just extremely strong right now in the format. And you can see here, I mean, we have two copies in our top 8, and both piloted by very strong players, you can tell. I mean, we're not even bothering to play out, we know.
Yeah.
We know it's over, so it's exciting, but it's also kind of crazy when the turn 1 deck of the format is very difficult to interact with.
Yeah, oops all spells. I think the fact that the deck right now actually is like genuinely viable, and this isn't just like a random. You know, you occasionally see like those random 5-0 Moto leagues of like a random niche build somebody happened to just have a really good run in. I mean, this is a full. We had 64 people today just playing. That's not even counting. We had a whole wait list of people hoping to try to get in last minute. A whole 64 person tournament. Very, very good Magic players across the room. 2 Oops All spells list made it in this top 8. Like, this is a legitimate deck right now. It's, like I said, it's not just a niche brew that happened to have a good run. Like, it's a strong deck. I yeah, Carrie Mulliganing, hard word to say. But yeah, at the moment it happens to be a very strong choice. I'm sure in a year we won't even be seeing it, and then a year after that, I'm sure it'll be back. You know what I mean? It's one of those decks.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this 7 for John. Not sure yet. It looks like he's contemplating the keep, and
like,
if so, what the bottom / what cards to put on the bottom.
So it looks like Petal Writ,
Once
Bogart,
upon a time.
Once. Can't quite make out the other cards. I mean, if one of them, Elvish Spirit Guide and.
All right, look, so John is on 6. It looks like.
Okay, so Carrie, I do see in Carrie's hand he does have the Dothy Voidwalker, very relevant, potentially in this matchup if he gets to it.
All right, so here we see the Once Upon a Time and possibly just looking for the combo piece here. Although I think it's yeah, picks up a spy.
Yeah, I think he's got the mana to do it. And yeah, scoop it up.
Going to game number 3.
Game 3. Yep, that was. Yeah, these two guys were like, "Oh, this is gonna be a slog. This is gonna take 6 hours to get through." It's like, nah, guys, we've been here for all of what, 5 minutes.
It's been shuffling and mulliganing and turn ones.
Yeah, we are going to game 3 and have had 3 turns of Magic. I think technically 3 turns of Magic, or I guess because I guess John scooped on the.
John scooped on turn 1,
so,
and then 1 on turn 1.
Yeah,
and here we are.
Yeah, so game 3, 2 turns of Magic.
What a world we live in.
I'm fine with Oops All spells being a strong deck in the format. I am glad though that it is not just like the only deck in the format. Though that said, I mean, coming out here doing this for an hour, get through 9 rounds of Magic.
All right, both players going to 6.
All right, and Carrie's. There's no way Carrie's not looking for the turn 1 win right now. Like, he's on the play.
I am a little surprised that Carrie sideboarded in some of the creatures that it looks like he did. I saw in one of his mulligan hands of game 2, I saw the Regisaur, the Riding Regisaur, and which I know is a 1 of in the board. And then we also saw the Dothies as well. So I could definitely see the Dothies in this matchup. But in my mind, it's such a let's go as fast as possible type mirror. I'm a little surprised that we boarded in a 3-drop, but I mean, in the face of some of the hate, it makes sense.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, because because I know we saw, if I remember correctly, John has Leyline of the Voids in the sideboard. In his opener.
It looks like one in this potential 6 right here as well.
Because I feel like, obviously, in the face of not knowing until after you've already resolved your mulligans if they're going to stick that ley line. I mean, there's an argument to be made. You might just be looking for like turn one, like turn one Doffy. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
All right, it looks like John is keeping potentially 6. Carrie's going down to 5.
Yeah, if it's obviously like so we can sit here and we know that John's got that ley line in his opener, but I wonder if Carrie is just gonna go all in trying to find the turn one combo kill, or if he might be trying to respect that ley line just a little bit.
All right, so card flip over during the cut, so we'll just reshuffle quickly.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. We spent more time shuffling cards than we have playing Magic this round.
That's what we're watching
Shuffle
right now,
simulator,
right?
yeah.
Shuffle simulator.
Okay, so I do see. All right, there's a non-zero chance Carrie's just gonna go for turn one Doffy here because it looks like he's got a pedal in the Bogart land. I could be mistaken on that. Like it looks like he has the option to go turn one Doffy if he wants it though. Which whether he realizes it or not might actually like
be one of the better lines he can have right now into a turn 0 ley line.
Yeah. Because then that would depend on John basically having sighted into the Belcher line. So I guess we're about to find out.
All right.
Kevin looks like he is going to play that Doffy.
Turn 1 Dothy. All right. You watch John react to that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're gonna get the Bogart Trawler land.
We might actually get to see some magic today.
How exciting! A Thoughtseize is getting cast. Barragoyf and another card I cannot recognize. Is that a slasher?
That might be what that is, yeah. If you click, let me see. View details. Printings. No? Not quite sure what that one is. If anybody watching knows what that full art card is, we're struggling to identify. That said, though, I mean, I don't know exactly what all John has of.
I'm gonna pull up every printing of Unstoppable Slasher ever printed, and we'll see if it's one of them. Nope, doesn't look like it.
All right, so it is something else. But I mean, Dothy's just coming in, just doing the Dothy thing. I don't think John was expecting the turn one Dothy. Again, without a whole lot of interaction, I mean, there's.
All right, I'm just excited. We are playing Magic.
I know, 2 mana.
Bogart Trawler. So that must be some sort of
Oh, hang on. I'm wondering. I,
I also thought it might be Cabal Ritual just because that's almost what the printing looks like at the top, and that would make sense turning 2 mana into 3, but also couldn't find that printing either, so not quite sure.
I mean,
Yeah, I checked Cabal Rit as well. It is the most mystery. We'll have to find out after the match what that is.
yeah, I think this. Oh, Fell the Profane. Okay, getting rid of the.
The Dothy.
Okay, so they're determining. Yeah, so the Fell the Profane will go to the graveyard. Still gonna hit with the Bogart.
All right, now we see if.
Okay, I think that's gonna be game.
All right. Flipped our graveyard. Or flipped our library.
He flipped Carrie's library. Guarantee that win.
Offered the handshake, so John will take it. And the Oops All Spells Mirror. Getting rid of that Dothy was what got it. All right, and we are back with action for you. We have Harry, our 7 seed with Demir Tempo. Chris, our 2 seed with Izzet Delver, and Chris is up a game. So we're just starting game 2. It looks like we have another Goyf in play on Harry's side.
Very, very good Magic card. And then, just for some clarification, because there was that confusion about that one card that Carrie was playing last round. I went out and just checked, and while we were getting everyone set up. So we've mentioned it before. Buffalo Chicken Dip is a full proxy, tournament. You can use as many as you want. It was a proxy of a Cabal Ritual. That was just the first one that Carrie had on hand. It obviously a non-magic art, but that's what the confusion was. It was in fact a Cabal Ritual. It just where it was a proxy using a non-magic art. Everyone we were all very confused about it, but seeing it up in person, very clear what the card is and what it's intended to be. So no issues there in terms of confusion on the card at the table. It was just that confusion in the booth.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for getting that for us. We were all quite curious in terms of what that card was. We did have a viewer guess that it was Cabal Rit, and I also thought it might be just based off of just being able to make out the typing on the card, but
like the name looked like it was long enough to say Cabal Ritual. It was just confusing enough, but we were able to get that figured out. Oof.
All right, it looks like Nether Goyf coming in as a 2/3 right now. So,
and Chris currently landless. Okay, wait. Okay, well, Harry also going to be landless for a moment. Well, okay.
Looks like we have
We got plenty. Oh, and that is the good Ponder art. I'm particularly jealous of those turtle ponders with the hot dog.
I love it. I love that art. I haven't seen it before.
It was like a participation promo for an RC or something like that. One of those like big, maybe like a Magic Con. Like you had to be there in person to get the promo kind of thing. I forget the exact specifics on it because I remember at the time there being just enough confusion on how to get it that by the time we kind of had it sorted out, it was too late to get it. Or maybe there wasn't any close enough to get, but yeah, my favorite art of Ponder. I love that silly little guy.
All right, looks like Chris has finally found a land, which is exciting. Of note that Ponder ate a Force of Negation, which exiled it, which did not grow the Goyf, I believe. Unless that's a Force of Will, but I think it's a Force of Negation.
On Chris's side, yeah, it's a Force of Negation.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to bolt. Wonder if we're gonna get like try to get Undercity Sewer or no. We're just gonna
Fetching an island. Looks like in response. I see. So tried to Hydroblast the Bolt. That was dazed.
Okay.
Picking up the land.
Okay.
And now resolving Brainstorm.
Good brainstorm pile. It looked like there was a Nile Spellbomb in there. Very likely to do some work here in a moment.
Yeah, wondering if we have a fetch. Looks like we do. Okay. And I believe that's also a Barrogoyf in hand.
I love Barrogoyf. We haven't really seen Barrogoyf action today. And it is... Card is so good.
I'll be excited to see it if it resolves.
Yeah, it's a big if here, right? Because, yeah, it's definitely a Barrogoyf. Yeah, Chris cannot let a Barrogoyf resolve. That will be... probably just generally speaking going to be outside of what the Delver deck can deal with, unless Chris manages just to stick a massive Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're seeing a fetch of a basic island, wasteland proof at this point. Looks like Harry waited to crack the bauble, which makes a lot of sense, especially if we were trying to shuffle away at least one of the cards that we had put on top with the Brainstorm.
Yeah, I see him getting there. Yeah, he passed by the Underground Sea, so I figured he was going for the basic there. Just, again, in the effectively wasteland mirror, right? You want to try to play around that as best as you can. So is he gonna... Now I'm curious if he's going to go for the Barrogoyf, stick a threat, or just nuke Chris's graveyard. I think either is a good play here, I think.
Yeah, I think playing the Spellbomb a little bit safer, only because you get to play around days.
Yeah.
All right, and while Chris has been stuck on mana for a while, there was no pressure really put on their life total. The Nethergoyf was it, and it was only a 2/3, so it wasn't highly threatening. And in terms of resources, now it looks like we're looking at 3 cards in hand on Chris's side to 1 on Harry's. So we're dealing with some little bit of resource differences here, although that the baubles on both sides are going to help with
oh yeah,
helping both players add some additional cards to their hand.
There's a Ponder. Good pickup there.
Mm-hmm. And you see Harry really reluctant to run out that Barrogoyf into a possible daze, and
Another Goyf, a Barrogoyf, and a Thoughtseize. The Thoughtseize one, I know, that's that Junji Ito art. I'm a big fan of his work. I am jealous a little bit. But I don't know. I'd be tempted to just keep that, draw that Netherglyph. Netherglyph, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jam this turn and just jam threats every turn.
Yeah. I think that's...
All right, drew off Ponder. That's good.
Yeah, and just play that Netherglyph. It's got to be, what, 3, 4, 4, 5 right now? 5? 6?
Looks like it looks like Harry may have done us the service of counting for us. I think we definitely have artifact, sorcery,
creature,
instinct,
yeah,
creature.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Artifact, creature, instant, sorcery, land. So yeah, we've got a 5/6 Netherglyph. Yeah, I think that's going to be threatening enough right now. And if Chris has the resources to deal with that, there's a Baraglyph right behind it, and another Baraglyph right behind that.
Yeah, so now I think we're probably in the jamming threats every turn phase of the game, and I think Harry may consider cracking these baubles soon to try to. I know there's a Thoughtseize under the Baraglyph, or vice versa.
Yeah, I can't remember
depending
exactly
on
how
he stacked them. But the best case, I would imagine, is just a land.
Yeah.
If he could deploy both in the same turn, I think he'd be very happy with that.
Okay, so we're gonna force that, and then looks like Chris has 2 cards in hand, maybe, or yeah, maybe 2 cards in hand.
All right, we flipped our Tamiyo. Taking our Tamiyo and
Corey Steelcutter.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of just jamming threats, and then Corey Steelcutter into Ponder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Into Ponder, so
seems like a
great
good
sequence.
Play.
Yeah, great sequence for Chris here.
And then Chris has a flipped Tamiyo up too. I think man, this is one of those matches, like, it's just so back and forth. Like, I feel like it's hard to tell, who's really in the advantage, because, like I said, right now, Harry can just jam a Baraglyph. If Chris doesn't have an answer for it, then that's something that, Chris has to deal with, and then it just goes back and forth.
All right, so we're drawing 2, and then drawing the 3rd. So we did not hit a land of note, but we did hit Hydroblast.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just going to jam Baraglyph and say go, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Baraglyph also a 5/6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
That is a large threat.
Yeah, and we know there's another one
waiting in the wings.
Yep.
If this one is handled. All right. All right. Prowess trigger. Surveil trigger. All the triggers.
Yeah, Delver with Tamiyo is very cool. Delver with Tamiyo and Corey Steelcutter, even cooler. I'm going to be singing praises of Corey Steelcutter for at least another week.
It's a very cool card.
Probably until the next Buffalo Chicken Dip, at which point I will probably still be talking about it.
I know. It's a very powerful card.
I think we've got a couple of set releases until between now and August, so we'll see what comes out and what shakes up the format between now and then. Hopefully we get a little bit of new toys to play with, but nothing too format breaking or format bending. Like Corey Steelcutter being a fun new tool for Delver. Talking about the Rakshas's bargain for the Beanstalk list. I enjoy when we get like new pieces for existing decks rather than here's an entire new deck that's pushing other stuff out of the format.
All right, so here we see a Thoughtseize for Harry. And got to pull that bolt. out of Chris's hand. Oh, goodness.
Push the Darcy.
And then we still have a Hydroblast in hand to handle this cutter if we want to.
So Chris has no cards in hand right now, is that correct?
That is correct, yep. We just ripped the Bolt out as the last card with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I just go ahead and pop that cutter now.
I think so too. I think that the attack first to doesn't look like we are. The attack first to just conserve information. I would completely get. But this Tameo is also now threatening to ult next turn.
Yeah, and Harry needs an answer for that, or an answer for, say, the monk token, right? I guess we shall see.
All right, so it looks like
this Tameo might be about to ult.
It looks like this Tameo is gonna be ulting.
I cannot imagine that Harry is particularly thrilled
with an ulting Tameo on the other side of the battlefield. No, I cannot imagine. I think his path to victory is going to be challenging now. Now, of note, I don't think that there are many answers in Chris's list to Baraggoyf.
No. So it is definitely, like, the game is not over, right? Like, I don't think... The ulting Tameo is terrifying. I don't think it makes a runaway victory here for Chris. It puts Chris in a very good position.
Mm-hmm.
But Chris is still staring down 2 5/6 Baraggoyfs.
Yeah, and looking at just the options available to Chris, Unholy Heat.
Yeah, there's a single Unholy Heat and a single Brazen Borrower. This is game
2.
This is game 2. But I don't think, sideboard options are not going to be really affecting any of the options that Chris has against these Baraggoyfs. So, I don't know, we shall see. Yep, there is...
Heat will handle one of them.
And then we could just see a big Murktide right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But again, like, it's not a clean runaway right now. It is... I mean, definitely a favorable position, right? He gets ult to Tameo.
Yeah, drawing half your deck is typically a winning recipe, I think,
that's what I'm told.
In many formats. All right, so 6/6. Murktide of note is, I think, just larger than our Baraggoyf.
Spellbomb awkward here with that Murktide on board. Yeah, he's considering his options, but...
It's so...
Are we forcing the...
I think we are. I think it's just almost embarrassment of riches time and on Chris's side. I keep seeing them thumb through their whole hand, which is basically a deck of cards.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, why, that forcing the spell bomb seems a bit aggressive, but yeah, you've got half your deck in your hand. You've got the cards to spare, so there's no concern on Chris's side. I'll be interested to see here because we've got I think in the top 8. I think Chris is currently the only person who can potentially be like a repeat winner. Chris has won.
Oh, very cool.
Chris has won a few buffalo chicken dips ago. I forget exactly which one. I think it was maybe 17 or 18. One here, and I think it's like I said, is currently the only person, at least of the last few years since I've been making it out to these events, that I can remember. But so we'll see.
I think at this point it feels very going through the motion-y.
Yeah.
I think the Tamiyo alt is just gonna prove to be too much.
We've got
likely
2 Corey steel cutters. Yeah.
But we are getting to see the steel cutter in action.
And I'm so glad.
Look at this.
So glad we're getting to see the Corey steel cutter put in so much work right now. Yeah, Tamiyo, Corey steel cutter just coming in.
And I don't know how many tokens we have, but I think
it looks like 3, but it might be 4. All right, Nether Goyf coming back for what it's worth. I feel like Chris at this point might have too much. Have just a bit too much on board.
Yeah, and of note, each of these monk tokens has prowess, haste, trample, if equipped.
Yeah.
With a steel cutter.
Yeah.
And +1/+1.
Yeah, and with
and if that wasn't enough.
And Chris has got so many cards in hand right now that just being able to make so many of these tokens, or even just making a bunch of big prowessy threats, like very, very easy.
So we're gonna heat the Goyf, bolt Harry,
make some more
triggers, make 2 more.
Goodness. All right, so there's 3 3/3s plus the 2 2/2s that are coming in right now, plus the Dragon's Rage channel. That should be game.
Plus the bolt we just hit into the face with. Yeah, I think we're
Pot of Greed. I would not disagree. This feels like a very greedy win by Chris. All right, Chris going to top 4. All right, we are here with the top 4 for our Buffalo Chicken Dip number 21. We got Chris Schreiber staying on camera, switch sides, but still here playing that Izzet Delver deck. We got Andrew Bailey back on. He was here this morning. I don't know. It's been a long day. He was here earlier today on camera, still playing the Bug Beanstalk. Hopefully, still playing the Bug Beanstalk.
Be a surprise if he wasn't.
Yeah.
All right, and here we see a Thoughtseize after a turn 1 DRC. So it looks like we have Cutter, Murktide, and Bobble are our choices. And I cannot imagine we can leave the Cutter in the hand.
The Cutter is... I can't imagine not taking the Cutter here. It comes down next turn. It is an absolute just menace. Yeah, absolutely.
And Andrew agrees with us.
Yeah, I think if it maybe if there wasn't obviously the Wasteland isn't gonna hit the swamp here, but it would have let the Corey Steel Cutter come down on turn 2 here. I think you could have made an argument for not taking it if it was just like the Thundering Falls in hand, if he had another potential answer in his hand, which would have been maybe interesting to see. But being able to play the Cutter on turn 2, like, no, not risking it.
Yeah, and it looks like Ponder was the draw for turn.
Yeah.
So Surveil to land into the bin and then chooses not to shuffle.
Bobble and Surveil trigger.
We just stacked our Ponder, so maybe I don't.
That
Surveil trigger.
That
but
is
also,
a valid point. Still there.
Still would like it there. So
Yeah.
I think it seems like Chris liked all the cards they saw, so makes sense to.
Yeah, I can't be mad about that. Especially like if you know what the top card is and you want it there. Like not thinking about technically resolving your Surveil triggers is a reasonable shortcut in my opinion. And Chris has proven themselves to be a very strong Magic player. More than likely was kind of the case. Already knew what was going on. Didn't need to do anything. Double check him with the Surveil in though. You never know.
Did I stock that right?
Yeah.
All right. So here we see a Brainstorm. All right.
Is that a Bowmaster or a?
It is a Bowmaster. Yep.
Okay.
Bowmaster, Ponder, Brainstorm, I believe, were the 3 we pulled off the top.
Delirium is not live for Chris right now, correct? It is just land, artifact, sorcery.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Though I suspect there's a good chance that is about to change here. Does not take much. Instant. Yep. No longer wants that bolt.
Okay.
I wish we had a better look at either player's hands right now. Just going in for 3.
Mm-hmm.
So Andrew is at 13 right now. Not a particularly great spot to be in. I don't know, against these tempo decks. As soon as, anytime they can chip away a little bit of damage, I'm not a fan. Like I said, playing against it, it's just because that's all they do. Is they just chip, and then you're dead. They very rarely. I mean, obviously you've got like your Murktide Regents, but oftentimes it's one off the backs of like Dragon's Rage Channelers just constantly poking at you.
And this is gonna be a Murktide coming in, and I'm not honestly sure that Andrew has interaction for it. Oh, there it is.
He does, indeed.
It was hiding back there. All right, so we're going to see a force met with a force.
Surveil trigger, yep. Yeah, just adjusting life totals off of those forces.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I love about these events is I'm pretty sure Andrew just reminded Chris of their Surveil trigger, and I just love that so much. Like, it's just everyone just playing some good, honest Magic on both sides, and
yeah, and that is one of the things here is this is, like I said, a very, very competitive level of playing Magic. But everyone here is just we're here to play Legacy. It's not a format. I don't want to say that Wizards doesn't support the format necessarily, but it's very clear. Wizards knows that us Legacy players exist. They also just don't pay enough attention to us.
This is top 4.
Yeah,
We're in our top 4 right now.
Yeah, so we've got one more round after this. But yeah, no, everybody's here because this is where we get to play our Legacy. So even though everyone's here, again, ultimately the goal is to win. There can only be one winner. There's only so much winning that can be happened, and somebody has to get it all right. But I don't know, man. The Legacy community, especially around here, is just great. We're all, like I said, playing at the highest level if we can. But I don't know. Everyone's great, super chill. If you are, in the vaguely Ohio-ish area, I know. I personally, I live in West Virginia. I think you live in Pittsburgh, right?
I live in Pittsburgh. Yep.
Yeah. So neither of us are actually even from Columbus. Drove several hours to come, out here and share our love of the format with all of you. But yeah, if you're even remotely in the area, our next Buffalo Chicken Dip is in August. We've got 2 of those. We've got a 5K and just a regular Buffalo Chicken Dip. We'll talk a little bit more about that, after we're done and wrapping up. But definitely, make sure you're looking into that, coming out and having a good time, even if you, just want to come hang out and just watch, right? It's a good time. And the Buffalo Chicken Dip is very real and it's very good.
Yes, we all had some today. And that is one of the classic perks of coming out to play these events. You get to play some awesome Legacy and you get to have some awesome Buffalo Chicken Dip.
Mm-hmm. It is yeah, definitely a perk to being out here. Oh, and there it is, Corey Stillcutter. That said, though, I mean that is a big Murktide region over there on Andrew's side.
Fatal Push handling the DRC.
Yeah, I think okay. So the dice are a little bit harder. It looks like Chris's Murktide is a 5/5. Looks like he's got 2 1/1 counters on it.
I believe so. That is a 5/5 looking at a 7/7.
Yeah.
And we also have a Tamiyo in play. Looks like we're getting in there. We're getting aggressive.
Yeah. I guess the one kind of fortunate thing is with Chris's Murktide specifically is it does prevent that Tamiyo from trying to get in and do anything. So right now it is just kind of sitting there. But
it changes the math, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that Tamiyo is there, even if it's just as a chump blocker to this other Murktide, and if Chris chooses to attack for 5, then Tamiyo may just get in next turn.
Yeah.
Make a clue. So it's really like the Tamiyo is actually really awkward in play right now with Andrew's life total still at a healthy 12. Mm-hmm. I love the attack here from Andrew. I think this is the phase of the game where really just trying to get in there and get aggressive and
interesting.
All right. So what we're seeing here is we heated, dazed our own heat to make a monk to get in.
Yep. That's a play I also really like.
Mm-hmm.
That was very clever. Again, Chris, very very good Magic player. Bowmaster, very good Magic card.
All right, and this is just this lethal, right? 7, 8, 9, pinging down to 1. And yep, sure is. So Andrew will take game number 1, and we will move into sideboarding.
So I think we different players played this match. I forget. I believe Ryan played this match on stream. I don't remember who he played. We've had a couple of these. Bug Beanstalk list showing up today. Um, but I know this is a sideboard we've at least talked about today. Andrew probably bringing in those Carpet of Flowers, the one of Endurance in the sideboard.
Yeah, and that was Ryan played Kenny earlier. That was
Okay.
the other bug. That was our other Bug Beans top 8 player, by the way, today. So Kenny lost in our top 8 rounds, but made it all the way to top 8. Very strong bug. Beanstalk showing, and fantastic play by both Andrew and Kenny today to make it to our top 8.
Absolutely. I'd say everybody. I'm really happy with the top 8 spread today. I know we've seen events where top 8 is all basically it's 5 copies of one deck, and then we don't. I feel like we don't really have a format boogeyman right now. At worst, we're looking at Oops All Spells as kind of that boogeyman because it'll just spike you. I mean, we saw that mirror earlier, right? But there isn't like there's not like especially like with Troll out, with Selling Micah spawn out, like there's not like those big super scary like format warping decks almost in the format. Obviously we've still got time for things to change, plenty of opportunity for other decks to ruin the format again, but at the moment, no, I think a nice good showing across a bunch of different decks. And there were plenty of other decks running around today that we didn't get to see on stream. I know there was at least one Stifle-Knot deck. Stifle-Knot's been putting up some interesting results lately. We saw Stifle-Knot last Buffalo Chicken Dip quite a bit. I believe there was somebody playing Goblins today. I wish we'd gotten to see that one a little bit, but and there was at least one person playing that Sibylline Soothsayer Dinosaurs on a Spaceship deck. That was floating around today, and we got to see that very briefly last time when the guy hit Soothsayer into Soothsayer into Soothsayer into Soothsayer. They did not see a single dinosaur on a spaceship until it was way too late.
What a bummer.
Yeah, it's very, very cool deck idea. It just did not work for him. And I guess it didn't work for him super great today either. We saw absolute legend Dale with his Mardu energy deck today. Again, he finished he finished in the top 16. I forget exactly what his record was. I want to say he was around 12th or 13th ish after breakers and everything.
You love to see it. You love to see the like 60 card, 60 of the 75.
Yeah.
Modern deck just thriving in Legacy, and really speaks to the power of those one drops. Guide of Souls, and Ocelot Pride. Just some fantastic Magic cards.
All right, so we are resolving some mulligans here. Yeah, like I said, I mean we've been over this sideboard at least once today, so pretty straightforward sideboarding options from both players.
Yeah, I would expect this to play out pretty similarly with just a couple additional tools in these games. I mean, I think my biggest card that I'm sure Andrew would love to see is Carpet of Flowers. I think that card is extremely strong in these matchups. And then obviously there's also the Veil of Summer, which I think could be helpful as well.
Yeah, just pushing that Darcy, get her out of there now.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree. Like Darcy it's an answer on sight card. It's not like it. I mean, it pushes damage obviously, but it's just the amount of cards you get to look at when you play Dragon's Rage Channeler. Like that's what you need to deny your opponent here. It's I'm sure he is not worried about taking a few points of damage as much as he is letting Chris dig through half their deck in 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Looking for answers, looking for more threats, looking for whatever you need in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like we have another one, and we have a Wasteland. So powerful turn 2 follow-up from Chris.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that wasn't obviously any sort of play mistake by Andrew. He should have saved the push. No, he couldn't have known. definitely the right calls here. Question is, what's he getting off of this? Oh, we're...
Looks like we're not fetching yet. Oh my goodness, the triple DRC draw.
That's gotta feel great for Chris. We're just getting another underground sea, you think? Oh, get a... Okay. Okay, hedge maze.
I know we've talked about these surveillance all day, but they're just so fantastic in the Delirium, Murktide Regent, just these decks that just make such full use of every single resource in every single location, just thrive so much off of these surveillance, and I think they're just such a cool addition.
You know, I thought he had the Beanstalk in hand. Getting dazed with the double Darcy Surveil. Whew. Pitch daze. Leaving that second card on top, though. Yeah, daze is always an interesting card to play, because it's really good in the first couple of turns, but usually once they start to get any sort of, once they hit like their third land drop, or they're, threatening a third land drop, the value of daze falls off immensely, especially in a deck like Beanstalk, where you're just cheating so much of your mana costs anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't hate Chris pitching it there.
It looks like we pondered. We kept on top with our Surveil.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we are definitely chunking in now for 6, having Delirium.
Brainstorm. Chris thinking about something. Not quite sure. Maybe like a Power Blast. It could also just be like brainstorming in response, Yep, there's the Power Blast.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a great position to be in right now.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, Chris kind of sensing weakness and just trying to close out the game as quickly as possible.
Andrew does have some options in hand. Ponder. Yep, just gonna let that go. Ooh, Beanstalk.
All right, we are definitely shuffling because we are dead so life totals haven't been updated. Andrew is at 5.
Yeah.
Staring down. Lethal in the air. All right.
All right, Uro. That was one thing that I believe the other Beanstalk list was not playing Uro, if I remember correctly. Which I don't know how I felt about that. I think just that one of Uro. He's another one of those just pure value generation cards. Like, you don't want more than 1 or 2 of them, but like, I think not playing at least one is I don't want to say wrong, but I'm not a fan. Especially right now, it's buying him a turn, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a turn to hopefully find some answers. All right, so down to 2. And that's it.
Okay. And the bolt gets there.
To close it out.
All right, so we are going to game 3. It's been... I feel like this game has actually progressed pretty quickly, and that's one thing I think you'll see, especially as we get into the later rounds of the tournaments. Most of the time, when we get to like top 8 and up further than that, like the players who are playing here are very often very, very familiar with their decks, right? There's not as much of that like in between. Obviously, they're going to take time and think about their moves, but they don't have to. Like, the decision making process has come much quicker, right? Because you are, again, very much more in tune with what your deck's doing, what your opponent's decks are doing. At least in my experience, that tends to often be the case.
Mm-hmm.
So games go quicker most of the time, which is always nice because anybody at home who doesn't know, very rarely is there a timer on the top 8 cut or whatever the top cut is. Usually it is off of time. So if the game wants to go 6 hours, I will not let them do that. I will if
I'll be taking a nap just in case. Yeah, I've sat through some top 8s where we're watching a control mirror, and the control mirror is, we're 2 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
2 hours in to our top 8. And it's brutal. I mean, I love an untimed top 8. I think being able to make sure you're thinking through your decisions without the pressure of the clock is really nice. But sometimes they can go very long, and you can end up getting extremely fatigued.
Yeah, I've played those like a top 4 cut and untimed in a control mirror. Yeah, just game 1, take an hour and a half. Game 2 more games to go.
All right. It looks like we tried to Hydroblast the DRC. Turn 1, got dazed.
Which is perfectly reasonable. Does not look like that was a super great brainstorm, though.
Yeah, it looks like we kept a 1-lander and we brainstormed and missed our second land drop. So we are now brainstorm locked with an island in play. Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Lorien revealed. Everything is fine.
Yeah.
Lorien revealed saves the day just as a 1-mana tutor for a land shuffle effect.
Yeah, I got real worried there.
Honestly, the best card probably that
he could have right now. Yeah.
Second to having a land.
Oh yeah, he's got the 2 fatal pushes in hand. He's fairly good. Shit. Yep. Take one of those Darcy's out. Now he's just got to find a green source for that beanstalks he's got in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Ponder Surveil. Bin a Mishra's Bauble. Okay.
All right, so we have on-demand Delirium at this point because cracking this Tarn will give it to us. With Artifact, Sorcery, Instant in the yard already.
Oh, we've got Creature too. We've already got.
Oh, Creature.
We've
Oh
already
yeah,
got
perfect.
That first Dragon's Rage, one of the Dragon's Rage channelers has perished.
Either the first or the second one.
Yeah.
You're right. Yep. I could not tell what that was. So.
Yep.
Perfect.
So Chris already has Delirium, and if there's still. Oh yeah, Andrew's got options right now. I don't think he's super worried. If you can't find a especially like if you can't find like a Trop or a Hedge Maze or something, or a Bayou works too.
Yeah, I think those.
I think it's not ideal, but I think he needs to keep. Yeah, I say he kind of needs to keep that way.
That pile. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure he would prefer if like that Hedge Maze was a different land or one of those. Probably the Hedge Maze because that lets him at least next turn play that Beanstalk. But
in super heads up play here from Andrew, choosing to hold the land as opposed to play it for turn to protect against Wasteland, so you can deploy his beat next turn.
Yeah, because he's got a second green source coming. So yeah, being able to do that. Surveillance. Yeah, we've been talking about them all day. I swear to God, we have been. But they're just so good. They are just so good. I thought they were good in standard. Start playing them in other formats, and it turns out
they're just great in every format.
I'm
similar to Ocelot Pride.
Listen, I really want to play that Mardu deck in Legacy. I really wanted to take it for a spin sometime.
I was impressed by it today.
Yeah.
I think we saw it struggle against Storm, but I mean, at the same time, it did take a game.
Yeah,
in a very tough matchup.
Yeah, I'd say Storm is going to be just inevitably one of that deck's worst matchups.
In every format.
Yeah.
In every format. So it was very very impressive showing today. All right. So what do we got here? Looks like we have
a
get rid of that Murderous Cut. Get rid of the Murktide.
Also kind of potentially baits out any removal spells. I think I would be fine taking a hit or two, like maybe a hit from a Murktide Regent, and then I got to stick a Beanstalk, right?
And it looks like, I mean, Andrew is being so patient.
Yeah, it looks like he's got I think that's a Blast in hand.
Bowmaster.
You know what? That's fine. That's...
Get our 1/1 Orc.
So Chris is pondering. We're all pondering. No shuffle. Oh, there. Okay. Half a shuffle, we'll call it.
The classic half shuffle. All right, so here's the beans. After holding it for 4 turns, being super patient, waiting to play around every counter.
Much longer than I would have wanted to hold
for
it.
one, the discipline there from Andrew to just wait, make sure that it resolved.
Yeah.
Just impressive amount of discipline there and patience for deploying that bean. I mean, he knows how important that card is in this matchup.
100%. Andrew's hand looks like, I'm pretty sure that's a Blast. One of the...
Hydroblast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hydroblast, Brainstorm Land in Andrew's hand, and haven't seen Chris's hand for a while. They're holding it pretty tight to their chest, so not sure what's there. So we'll be surprised.
Murktide Regent? Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm.
Can't go wrong. How big of a Murktide Regent? Looks like it's going to be a 3...
6/6?
6/6, yeah. Yep, 6/6 Murktide Regent. Gonna do plenty of work there. Draws another Brainstorm.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like we're gonna maybe go digging for
Okay, so fetch first. Okay.
This makes so much sense.
Yep.
All right, I see a Murderous Cut in our future.
I do as well. Yep. Pick up that Murderous Cut, Brainstorm it to hand, and then cut
Draw a card with beans.
Yep.
Now, let's see, it looks like I'm trying to see.
All right, Pyroblast gets blasted back.
Hydroblast.
A Bowmaster? Yeah, looks like a Bowmaster. It is back. Oh, this is a
It's
hand.
gonna be a brutal turn cycle.
Yeah.
For Chris, yep.
He can Murderous. Yep. Full swing on the Murderous Cut, and then hold the Bowmaster. Oof.
Drew off beans. Swing for 1. Poke with the Orc Army. Pass the turn and
Ponder, and then... Yeah.
And this Bowmaster's gonna come in and immediately get bolted. This Orc Army, though, now a 2/2.
It's now a 7-turn
halved our clock.
I will say that I feel like I don't know. I feel like Chris running out of threats though is my concern. I think we've gone through 2 Murktide Regents and I think 2 or 3 Dragon's Rage Channelers now.
I think it's Cutter.
Yeah.
Cutter
Like,
might be our.
Like I think that's gonna be Chris's only way back into this game at this point is just to jam a bunch of Quarry Steel Cutters. But even then, like by the time he starts getting them online, like, is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I think Chris is definitely in trouble right now, and looking at this. Looking at this, it looks like Mystical Dispute and Beams.
Yep, that is. Yeah, and he can just play.
And it looks like we're fetching away the Mystical Dispute before we draw off Bean.
That hedge maze. Look at it and decide if he wants to draw it. Yep. Yep. So now Andrew gets to look at that top card and decide if he wants that. Thinking about it. It looked like it might have been Veil of Summer that he pitched, but I'm not 100% sure. It looked very, very briefly like a green card, but
yeah, those like the graveyard. Andrew's graveyard is off camera, so we can't see it either. So we don't know what it was. Mystery bin.
Oh,
all right, we found a Cutter, and we're dazing it and paying, and
I think Chris is just scooping it up.
I think so, yeah.
I'm gonna go double check, make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what just happened.
No, I believe so, yeah. All right, well.
One more round.
One more round. So we're gonna step out. We're gonna confirm the results of that match. All right, and we are back with the finals for you. So we just watched Andrew Bailey take down Chris in our semifinals. Bug Beanstalk taking down Izzet Delver. And we had a big upset, I would say.
Absolutely.
In our other semifinal match. So Claire Bigelow taking down John, our Oops All Spells. So our Oops All Spells player. So Nadu Cradle combo took down Oops All Spells. And we heard while we were out prepping for this one, prepping for the finals, that he was thought seized, had his Deafening Silence taken, drew Deafening Silence off the top, put it into play. 2 petals came down, and then he drew Collector Oof to seal the deal. So just a really impressive showing from from Claire to make it here to the finals. So very exciting, and looking like he's off to a really good start so far here as well.
Yeah, looks like he only has the 1 lander, but I mean he's already got plenty of mana up on board right now. He's pushing the Hierarch?
I think so.
Which... Okay, so Witherbloom Command. Just keeping him off of mana. I don't hate that. Yeah, let the Force of Will sit in the graveyard. It's not going to do anything with this Alisar Shepherd out right now.
Yeah, it seems like Andrew is valuing getting rid of that mana more than making those green spells uncounterable. So, but we do see the Gaia's Cradle come down, so mana's not going to be an issue right now.
No, I do see getting rid of the all those mana dorks though. Definitely a rough one here with oh man. All right, so chord for 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So chord for 1. Maybe get Sylvan Safekeeper.
Mm.
Yep, get the Sylvan Safekeeper. So he's, there's dependent on drawing a blue source or having, or he maybe has a blue source in hand, but there's at least a Nadu in Claire's hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't hate that play right there. Okay, well, it technically is a blue source.
Yeah, but now the concern of having Cradle as the only land with the Safekeeper
makes me nervous for sure, and especially it looks like Andrew's only got 2 wastelands. I mean, I've seen the Beanstalk list run up to 4 if they're feeling bold. So it's not like the Delver where it's going to be 4 wasteland deck, but I still don't feel great only having Gaia's Cradle as my land here. I don't know. That said, if we do see this Noble Hierarch survive and the Cradle survive, I don't know. Nadu's coming down, and there's a Nomad's already on board.
Yeah, I think on Andrew's side here, just really looking for any interaction, any way to break up this board state, and prevent Claire from untapping with the Noble Hierarch in play as the blue source, and a Gaia's Cradle for mana.
Yeah, it's that Hierarch that's really the important card right now. All right, Rakshasa Bargain. It's gonna look at a bunch of cards, but yeah, this Nadu's coming down next turn, right? There's not a world where Claire just doesn't jam Nadu next turn, right?
I think there's a Thoughtseize here, but I think that there's 2 Nadu in hand. I think both of the last cards are Nadu, so the Thoughtseize I don't think is going to be enough. Unless I'm mistaken, and that is not, they're not both Nadu in hand.
Mm-hmm. And they are both Nadu. Oh.
Yeah, I thought so. So now we're kind of, and Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew scoops it up.
Scooping it up.
He knows.
So quick game 1, just the double Nadu, just a really fast start from Claire.
All right, so sideboarding options. I don't know. I think just generally speaking, this is a rough matchup for Beanstalk. I mean, it's one of those things like the Nadu, especially the Nadu Cradle decks, right? Like, you just get so out of control. Like, even compared to like the Cephalid Breakfast decks, will just they'll dirtle, they'll generate value, and then eventually you'll just get comboed out and killed. But these Nadu Cradle decks just put so many problematic pieces on the board. I don't know. It's such a sweet deck.
I actually love. I know. We talked about Andrew's sideboard earlier on in the day today, but he has 1 copy of Unmoored Ego in the sideboard, and I think this might be one of the matchups for it.
I really like Unmoored Ego into this, especially. I mean, just any number of pieces that he can disrupt in the Cradle deck. If he can get. I'm pretty sure you can get Cradle with it, right? Like
Yeah, it's just a
A
card.
card name, yeah. So like if he hasn't gotten a Cradle out, you can get Cradle. If he's already gotten a Cradle, maybe he doesn't have Nadu yet, you can get Nadu. Anything to slow them down, I think is big.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like, other than that, it doesn't look like a ton of options here in the sideboard for Andrew. Looking over at Claire's sideboard.
So I think we're still missing a few pieces, but I think probably the Swords to Plowshares can come in. Maybe the Endurance I think would be good in this matchup. I think Claire already has 2 Endurances in the main board, but I think just that extra one. I mean, Claire's definitely, I think, already favored in the matchup, and his sideboard options are looking stronger than Andrew's right now. So
Yeah, I could even see a world where ending is okay, but it just, I think this, looking at the decks and looking at the sideboard options, I think there's just not much targeted.
yeah. All right, so we are
shuffling up for game 2. It looks like both players are considering their 7s.
the only card in Claire's hand I'm not a big fan of. Looks like he's got that Atraxit in there, but that's not even the end of the world. It's a little bit awkward, but it's not. I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blank. It's basically, would I keep this 6?
Yeah.
Right? If Atraxa wasn't here, and it looks like Claire has decided that yes, indeed,
Yeah.
he would keep the
Saw
6.
Cradle, saw Nomads. All right, saw Trop, Allosaurus Shepherd. Yeah, I think the 6 is strong enough that like he can realistically get to, if he has to hardcast a track. So like, obviously there's an amount of interaction going on, but
All right, and we cast a Witherbloom command on this Allosaurus Shepherd and milled an Uro. So don't look now, but Andrew might be playing a combo deck.
yeah. What are we fetching, Claire? What are we fetching?
Like Savannah, so all our colors are online. We still have that Cradle in hand. Seems like Claire is being pretty conservative without obviously waiting to deploy it until it can actually do something, which makes perfect sense into a Wasteland deck.
No, absolutely. Think about just running out the Nomads, running out nothing. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that green
It
card is.
looks like we're pretty land heavy over on Claire's side. And it looks like, I mean, just looking at what Andrew has in hand, I think this might be a bargain turn.
Yeah. Ooh, see a Nadu. Ooh, Nadu could be really good here.
Yeah, there is of note a force.
Yeah, force and
in
no,
Andrew's hand.
I think you force with the brainstorm and still, so you can still. I think the bargain here is better than the brainstorm. In at least on this board state, in this matchup, I think the bargain is better. It looks like the rest of the cards in his hand, I think, are fine. You want to look at more cards, and bargain lets you do that.
And Claire just very content to kind of think through, make sure he's making the most optimum play. Oh, that's the card we couldn't tell.
I like that.
Springheart Nantuko, yeah. So pushing in response, Nantuko sticks. Playing a land, triggering Nantuko.
Going and getting a land, triggering Nantuko. Claire getting a message on Facebook Messenger. See him on his on his watch. Saw the notification pop up.
All right, we fetched a Dryad Arbor as well.
Okay. Does make me. I mean, obviously we know Andrew's got that push in hand. wonder what that was.
Huh. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, nothing changed. So I'm a little curious.
All right. So I'm looking at Andrew's hand. It looks like because we had to cast that push, we are brainstorming now an end of Claire's turn.
I see Pernicious Deed. I like Pernicious Deed. Yeah, Pernicious Deed's actually really, really good in this matchup. Because until you start looking at like all of Claire's like really big threats, like the Atraxa, Crater, any of these really big things, almost everything is like 1 and 2 drops.
Mm-hmm.
So being able just to snipe down the whole board and either leave yourself relatively untouched or completely untouched definitely feels pretty good, I think. Alright, so 3 mana. No? Wondering if he's considering just jamming that Pernicious Deed, seeing what happens. I don't think that's the right call here, but I think that might have been the thought process, just the way he like picked up all 3 of those.
Mm-hmm. I think it's definitely an option that Andrew is considering currently.
I think probably personally I like push on the Springheart Nantuko and then Murktide region. He should have enough to be able to do a big Murktide here.
All right, this looks to be either a 7 or an 8. Yep.
Right, it is in fact an 8/8. I just hold the push mana.
Looks like maybe we're finally going to deploy our Cradle here. At least the way that the creatures are situated, it leads me to believe that might be the case.
Does he have anything big to do with Cradle? Looks like not really. Nadu can come down this turn, which is a thing for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's gonna have 3 green floating. Is that a?
All right, and as there's no way to target, Andrew's just going to let this happen. I think he does have a force in hand, but opts not to force it. And there's the Wasteland off the top.
That. I don't know. This is a very good position, I think, for Andrew. Again, I mean, this is a rough matchup for him, for sure.
Now we have the option, should he want to, of wasting and then pushing Nadu.
Mm-hmm.
And now he looks like a genius for holding that push and not pushing the Nantuko, right?
Yeah, for sure. He could. I don't know how big his graveyard is, but I'm thinking there's also a world where he could. I mean, you can grow the. Yeah, okay, so he's gonna do that. Yeah, I think pushing the Nadu might be. Just let it go. Andrew Bailey playing very patiently, very, very conservatively today.
Yeah, and looking at his hand, I thought that we had a blue card for force, but I'm not sure that we do. And it looks like, oh my goodness, it looks like Claire just drew a crater hoof. So had that cradle not been wastelanded on exactly that turn,
This
game would have been very over.
Yes.
I think, especially if there's no blue card for that force, which I cannot tell if there is, but I'm not sure if there is. So I think we have deed, push.
So Murderous Cut here might actually just be enough, because if you delve with the Murderous Cut, it will grow the Murktide Regent. And the Murktide Regent is already an 8/8. Claire's at 10. I'm pretty sure there are 2, at least, instants and or sorceries in Andrew's graveyard. So he might be looking at that.
And if we need to, we can always push first, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no...
To up our numbers.
I don't know. I'm not 100%. Like it's entirely possible that I feel like I'm missing something right now. Maybe I just personally want to play this more aggressively than Andrew wants to, and that's what I'm missing. Is that he's just playing very reserved, but
I think so. From Andrew's position, as we think it through, I mean, he's undoubtedly a much stronger player than I, but when I think about kind of how he's going about this, it feels like it's almost a very much, what would I die to here?
yeah.
And then playing around exactly what you would die to versus taking a more aggressive line, which I think makes sense playing against a combo deck. But I think for some of us players that aren't necessarily as familiar with his deck, or even, I think it can be a very unintuitive line, which I love. It just, the patience that he's displaying is really disciplined, and I think is actually really, really cool to watch. I feel very on the edge of my seat watching this.
I am fully trusting that Andrew Bailey is a better Magic player than me, and at minimum a better Bug Beanstalk player than me.
Exactly.
And I am fully trusting in that. But again, there's so many of those like variables and outliers that sitting here in the booth versus sitting at the table in the game, very different mindsets, and so maybe that's why I want to be more aggressive, is because I'm sitting here not actually playing the game. If I was sitting at that table at that board state in Andrew's position, I could also very likely want to just play as reserved and conservatively as possible,
Yeah, I certainly am not the the expert here.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're just rearranging our board, cleaning it up a little bit, putting all our insects together.
The Springhorn Antico is a 1/1?
It sure is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
All right, looks like we might see this other Nadu come down.
6 damage, can come in 7 if he attacks with the Dryad Arbor, which he does not.
All right, looking. It looks like we have a Noble Hierarch coming in. And what else do we have in hand?
That's that Crater Behemoth.
Atraxa.
Okay.
And all right. I was gonna say I don't know if there's any other interaction that can block this Murktide, but
yeah. Okay, so Andrew Bailey picking up game 2.
Presumably, it looks like they unscooped to see what we hit from.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't have mattered. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Didn't matter because of the well-timed murderous cut on the Nadu. In Claire's end step, presumably. All right.
So we are going to game 3. What a match for our finals today, right? Very close, very tight Magic being played by both players right now.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm not that I don't love watching Oops All Spells, but I kind of appreciate the fact that we have 2 non-Oops All Spells decks in the finals.
Yes, that could have been a very. It definitely would have been fun. That would have been one, I think, if like Oops had come in and won in like 2 turns of Magic or in the finals. You know, a 5-minute finals on YouTube. I think I would have loved to see the comments on that, but I'm at some point I'm sure when today's event eventually does make it up on the YouTube, that first top 8 match with John and Carrie, like a 10-minute match. It was almost all shuffling. I do look forward to going back and revisiting that match.
Yeah, I know. Chat got it right. It was the Shuffle Simulator match. That's what we watched. We just watched a Shuffle Simulator for like 5 minutes and then watched a fantastic Delver Beans game.
Yeah.
Or was it Delver Beans? No,
it was
Delver... Dimir Tempo.
Yep, it was Delver and Tempo.
Delver Tempo. Fantastic game.
Absolutely.
Not that the Shuffle Simulator wasn't fantastic to watch,
no,
but
So I realized. So this is a Magic tournament. I've never really been super big into a lot of other card games. But I have, especially like when I was younger. But like I've dabbled in Yu-Gi-Oh. You ever seen like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh? Very often it feels like watching that Oops All Spells. Just like turn 1, stuff happens, you've lost.
Interesting. I'm not familiar. I've never really seen much Yu-Gi-Oh played actually, although I grew up playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
So games like Spades and Pinochle and things like that were my jam, but very, very different from Magic. Different yet, you've some mannerisms you pick up.
Mm-hmm. The amount of times like I've had like a random like poker night or something, like with people that I've never even like talked about Magic with, or very tangentially even talked about with Magic, and it's like, oh, what trading card games do you play? As I'm sitting there, shuffling the cards in my hand, just doing that obnoxious like TCG player card flick. I'm sure anybody listening knows exactly what I'm talking about. Not because I want to be that person, but it's that habit you pick up.
And hilariously, I know exactly what you're talking about, as I'm sure does everyone here hanging out with us. And I never did that until I started playing Magic. Yeah. And now when I go visit my family and we play cards, I'm always doing it.
Yep.
Just once you develop it,
I can't hold the cards. I can't hold the cards. It's just like a thing. I've got to do it. If the card's in my hand, they're flicking. It's
hard not to. I know that even when playing online, some players will hold and shuffle cards because it's such a habitual motion. And I know, I've encouraged players too, if you're playing too fast online, which I think some players can do, just try to click through things quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Shuffle some cards while you're playing. Kind of think, use that motion to take your time and really think through what you're doing, think through your plays. So I think it's funny, but I think it's also a tool that can be used as well.
Looks like we are resolved on mulligans.
Yeah, I think Andrew kept 7, and I believe Claire went to 6.
Yep. All right. Presumably a mana dork coming down. Sort of. Sort of a mana dork coming down.
Green Sun for Dryad Arbor. Turn 1.
Yep. I was so glad when Green Sun got unbanned in Modern. I'm not a super big Modern player personally, but like that first FNM I came in with just an Abzan Green Sun Zenith deck, not playing anything super serious. I was playing like Siege Rhinos, and I killed somebody with a Dragon Lord Dromica. But I was just like, I can play Green Sun Zenith. I'm going to play a goofy Green Sun Zenith deck.
Nice. And I don't know if you mentioned kind of not getting to play a lot of Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
Did you see the new baby Siege Rhino?
Yes. Oh, so I did get to do a Dragonstorm pre-release, and I ended up getting paired with a buddy of mine, and so my wife came with me. She just wanted to come hang out, and my buddy was like, "You, Brian's wife, you're gonna play for me." And so she sat down, and like game 1 or game 2, I forget which one it was. She plays the baby Siege Rhino, drains me, there's a card, it's Mardu in 1. It like exiles a card, and when it attacks, it makes a copy of that card it exiled. So then she attacks with it, makes another Siege Rhino, like a baby rhino, and just keeps hitting me with all these baby rhinos. It was my buddy's deck.
She was living the dream, is what
she
I'm
was
hearing
living
you say.
my dream.
Oh, that's great. All right. So, it looks like we have a Tameo down on Andrew's side of the board. And it looks like
that is definitely a full art Magic card.
it sure is.
Looks like it is.
I'm not sure what that is.
What's in his sideboard? Or what's in his...
Well, it looks like it is gone.
All right.
Hmm.
It kind of looked like the Seiju, but I don't see... That might have been one of the missing cards off of the list. Anybody tuning in either now or eventually when this ends up online, some of Claire's cards in his deck list did not get copied over properly. It was a known issue throughout the day, but I'm wondering if maybe that's what that was.
It's very possible.
Ooh, prismatic ending.
Prismatic ending threatening this Tameo here.
Seems like a good pick. Yeah, you gotta force that, especially in this matchup. Like the value that Tameo accrues is very important because you know the beanstalk play. This game needs to go long for Andrew, because if the game goes long, it means Claire is stumbling.
All right, attack, making clue. Yeah, having no creatures in play on turn 2 of the game Not where Claire wants to be with this deck.
No, he does pick up a green sun off the top. Land in hand, he can go for green sun up to 2 if he really wants to. Looks like he's got a Spring Heart and Tuco in hand. Something else back there. Board state's not great for him right now, but it's still a pretty neutral board overall, I think.
Looks like he might be debating whether or not to run out the Spring Heart before playing a land. I think it's really tough into open mana to do so.
Yeah, especially against the Beanstalk list that just has so much like targeted removal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it looks like we are casting Green Sun for 0.
There it is. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't hate that play.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right?
Yeah. And Andrew's not super concerned about it. He's got plenty of removal. Oh, he's got a Wasteland in hand.
I think we have a Wasteland and maybe a Murderous Kite. So
Yeah.
if we wanted to
Both.
deal with both, we could. I think the nice thing in general about Nantuko and bestowing it is it protects it from targeted removal for one spell, right?
Yeah.
But the Wasteland solves that problem.
Yeah, being able to Wasteland that and then pop the Spring Heart right behind it.
Yeah, pretty, dramatically. Although it looks like we're
just gonna
cut the Dryad Arbor.
I mean, I think he had another, maybe a Fatal Push or something else in hand if he wants to deal with the Spring Heart. Save the Wasteland for a Gaia's Cradle. Or to keep him off of a color.
Off of blue. Yeah, Nadu being the scariest card in the matchup, I think, makes sense to waste off of blue here. Oh, and then the Witherbloom command. Yep.
Oof. Get the Wasteland back. Oof. Andrew seemingly pulling ahead right now.
What a sequence.
Looks like Sylvan Safekeeper and... I don't know, that might have been another Sylvan Safekeeper. Yeah, no reason to wait on that one. Oh, and there's the Naughty.
I think it's a cord.
Oh, is it a cord? I thought it was a Naughty.
Yeah.
No, it might have been a Naughty and a
cord.
cord. Okay, yeah.
Ugh, these clues are gonna be brutal. And we're gonna flip our Tamiyo.
Sheesh. Yeah, this is it always feels like it's not over, but it's definitely starting to move towards Andrew's favor.
Yeah,
much stronger.
You can feel it in the pace of play too, right? Andrew, his game actions have
sped up. Yes, yeah. He's got it's that play pattern of knowing he is in control of the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a big Murktide. Yeah, this is Claire can fight out of it if but he's got a top deck. Now he's been top decking real strong today. He has been top decking like a professional. But he's got to keep that up to stay in this game right now.
Yeah, I think I don't know what at this point gets him out of this. I think that the Murktide clock is just going to be too fast.
Yeah.
And he's too pinched on all of his resources to have even a combination of probably 3. It probably needs a combination of 3 cards to get out of this, I would think.
Yeah.
Just to get some mana going.
It looks like he picked up an Atraxa or maybe a Nomad.
Those are Nomads, yeah. So he's got the pieces in hand, just no mana to deploy them. I think Nomads is a piece, right?
Yeah. I think to not like completely die here, he would have needed to also draw. He basically would have needed to draw like a white source and a swords like back to back, and then still needed to find multiple more pieces to claw back in. Just to stabilize, he needs at least 2 cards here. I think. I don't think there is a single card that stabilizes him against this current board state.
Agreed. I think the Murktide is a 3-turn clock presently. So if he rips a white source and then a blue source, but we just Mystic Sanctuary and put something on top. So what are we putting on top?
Maybe Witherbloom Command or Murderous Cut seems. Yeah,
Witherbloom Command. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Oh, and this is actually growing the Murktide now, so it's just going to be a 2-turn clock. Yep. I was going to say, maybe if we ripped a white source for the Nomads next turn, and then we got to deploy Nadu and do some shenanigans that way, that would be a path. But chump the Murktide, draw some cards. That would be in the event that there was nothing on Andrew's side of the board, and we're just... too many things. He's either got to,
Yeah. Oh, I think they're doing the judge call. I believe he tried to kill the Sylvan Safekeeper and probably tried to mill himself. With a Bloom Command, target player and then target creature. So it would, if that were the modes, it would still resolve everything that it could. If it was just like if it said something like you mill, there would be no legal targets left for the Witherbloom Command, and it would fizzle. But because it looks like Witherbloom Command, all of its modes target, it doesn't matter what sequence happens there. It'll whatever amount of it resolves. Yeah. And Claire scoops it up. He knows there's nothing that can be done at this point. So Andrew Bailey is going to take it. Buffalo Chicken Dip number 21. Taken down by Bug Beanstalk with a 702 record. Played very, very well today.